Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to TEDx St. John's College. My name is Avi, and I'll be a host along with Eche Tulu right over here. It's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon.
Now, I know all of you are looking forward to our wonderful speakers, but before that, we'd like to give you all some information about our event.
In the spirit of ideas worth spreading, TED has created a program called TEDx. It's a program of local, self-organized events that bring people together to share a TED-like experience. Our event is called TEDx St. John's College, where X stands for an independently organized TED event. At our event, videos and live speakers will combine to spark deep discussion and connection in a smaller group. The TED Conference provides general guidance for the TEDx program, but individual events, including ours, are self-organized.
The theme of our event, On Second Thought, is a product of the Great Books program offered by the college. One of the unique characteristics of the program is its ability to transform the outlook of its students. Their thoughts, opinions, and notions evolve constantly with every book and every big idea that they explore. The resulting ability to concede by saying, on second thought, is central to this event.
This event will be the first of its kind for both Annapolis and the college. We bring the global phenomenon of TEDx to our local audience and hope to continue the existing tradition of great ideas promoted by the college. Talks will span a variety of topics from theoretical physics and cybersecurity to statecraft and sports.
The organizing committee, made up of 6 students representing 6 different countries, is just as diverse. Now presenting you the 6 organizers. You can come on stage.
Andrew Hill, whenever you're ready. He's in the box. Say hi to Andrew.
Andrew Hill from Vancouver, Washington. He's from Vancouver, Washington. Ray Osmani, he's our co-curator from Tirana, Albania. Yunju Park, our head of design from Masan, South Korea. Shweta Agarwal, our student speaker manager from Gangtok, India. And my fellow host and our marketing manager, Avi Kumar from Singapore.
And my fellow host, Eche Tulu, who's also our operations manager, is from Izmir, Turkey. Thank you, team. And now we would like to thank our sponsors, Richard Crabtree, Colin Murray, Matthew McGarren, Martin McGarren, Mr. and Mrs. Robert C. Clark, Mark Begans and Lori Saladin, Donald and Jenny Nicholson, Gary and Janice Jobson, Matthew and Jennifer Nespol, and Lynn and Larry Harding.
We would also like to thank our corporate sponsors, Sticker Meal, Shutterstock, Comcast NBC Universal, Chesapeake Medical Imaging, Merrill Lynch, and Bootyard Bar and Grill.
With all of our sponsors' generous contributions, we were able to make this event happen. So once again, thank you.
We would now like to invite the president of St. John's College, Pano Canelos, to say a few words. Mr. Canelos has been a true supporter of TEDx St. John's College since day one and has motivated us in every step of the way.
And now, without further ado, Mr. Canelos.
It is a great privilege to welcome you all today to St. John's College for this TEDx event. Nearly a year ago, a small group of students came to me to share this dream that they had of hosting a TEDx event on our campus. They came fired with inspiration and alight with the desire to share the culture of thoughtfulness and reflection that is at the heart of St. John's with the wider world. I frankly was thrilled by their ambition. And I am even more thrilled that their hard work and determination have brought us all here today. This is an event conceived, planned, and executed by students. I want to recognize the tremendous work of those that you just met here on stage: Andrew Hill, Eche Tugalu, Avi Kumar, Shweta Agarwal, Ray Osmani, and Yunju Park. They've done a fantastic job. And I also want to thank all of the students who are volunteering in various capacities this week and today at our college. Congratulations to all of you on a job very well done. I'd also like to thank those who are participating in today's TEDx event. This afternoon, we will hear from 6 current students, 3 alumni, and a member of our St. John's College staff, all of whom demonstrate the tremendous depth and breadth of the St. John's experience. Today's talks will touch on topics as wide-ranging as cybersecurity and statecrafts to physics and feminism. But these ideas are all joined together by the pressing need to consider and reconsider our positions, beliefs, and feelings about the world around us. At St. John's College, we read and discuss great books. Not the great books, but great books, the greatness of which is measured by their capacity to elicit conversations. There are 3 elements that make a conversation a great conversation: intellectual humility, respect for the dignity of all who are engaged in the conversation, and a passion for truth. The purpose of the greatest conversations is not to prove that one is right, but to emerge with a better answer to the questions at hand. To put it in Johnny terms, the end point of conversation is not the quest for thumos or glory, but the commitment to logos or reason. As a society, we need civil and reasoned discourse now more than ever. Such discourse begins with the careful consideration of the positions that are presented to us and the thoughtful reconsideration of those that we hold. That is to say, all genuine thought ought to be open to second thoughts. Today, our speakers will share with you occasions on which second thoughts led to better understanding, even to higher truths. It is our hope that these speakers will spark further conversations, that each of us will carefully consider what is said and reconsider our own experiences and beliefs in the light of logos, in the spirit of reason. If we do so, we will emerge as better human beings, capable of shaping a better world. So once again, congratulations to the organizers and volunteers. I thank all the speakers who have come today to share with us their insight. And I want to welcome all of you who have taken this afternoon to join us here today. We're thrilled that you're part of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Canellos, for the encouraging words.
We would now like to present to you the creator of TED, Chris Anderson. Clearly, he won't be able to join us, but he does have a few words to say on the vision of TED and TEDx, which we will now present in a video.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show. Welcome to some...
Now, finally, the moment you've all been waiting for is here.
Say, Eche, what could that be?
It's time for the first talk of the afternoon.
Our first speaker is Justin Horham. Justin is a senior network manager at the college. In his words, essentially a digital plumber. He wanders along the meandering streams of data, searching to simplify meaning to the elegance of binary. He is an avid reader of history, a writer of futures that should never be, and a scholar of Emily Dickinson.
Big data poses big privacy problems for the world, most of them unknown to us. Justin will now urge us to reconsider our relationship with technology and build a firewall for ourselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the first speaker of the afternoon, Justin Horham.
A number of years ago, the internet here at the college slowed to a crawl. Tons of calls poured into the help desk. "The internet is down," people shouted, raising their pitchforks in protest and pounding on the door. Locating the problem was not hard. A student tucked away in a dormitory near College Creek, downloading an inordinate amount of data. So I cut his network access. The source of the data? None other than the Library of Congress. "My internet went down," a student said, walking through my door with an annoyed look. I informed him he had impacted business operations and asked him what he had been downloading from the Library of Congress. He replied, not what, the Library of Congress. He had been downloading everything they had made available online, which was a lot. Here at the college, books are important, so I'm going to use them as a form of measurement. Roughly speaking, all of the books in the Library of Congress could be housed in about 10 terabytes of data. Does anybody remember card catalogs? Anyway, the 500 or so students on campus today download 10 terabytes of data every week. While I would love to brag they're reading that many books, most of it is actually video and images. Human beings have always created and consumed data. Archaeologists specialize in finding the data left behind and piecing it together. Historians scour records, writings, and accounts to do the same. Over time, what has changed is the capacity for human beings to store data. From the development of language, oral tradition, to writing, painting, printing, photography, audio, video, and now the transition of the world from analog to digital. A good bit of this is quickly summarized in this picture I took of Machu Picchu, showing the juxtaposition of data found in the format of stacked stones and the penultimate personal expression of data creation, the selfie. The value of data has always depended on a number of variables throughout history. However, in the beginning of the 21st century, there was a fundamental shift where technology created the opportunity for the value of any data to exceed the cost of storing it. Coupled with innovations in the creation and management of data, we reached a tipping point. All data now has value. Much in the same way all gold or silver has value, all data has value. The type of data is largely irrelevant. It can be something as simple as keywords in your email, browsing habits in history, something as benign as a family photograph, or as obvious as intellectual property. What is interesting is that the value of the individual piece of data matters not, because storage is so cheap that that value outweighs the cost of storing it. This was the beginning of the great data rush. Organizations that understood all data has value capitalized on the opportunity. A cycle began, a cycle that continues until this day, a data cycle. Data is extracted and stored. From that data, revenue is now generated in one of many ways. That revenue is used to fund innovations in technologies that either create more data, siphon more revenue from data, or both. The flood of data wealth built the foundation for data-based services in the connected world. The allure of free email and social media, granted by those prospering most from the great data rush, evolved into a symbiotic relationship where the individual, and later even the corporation, was forced to move away from hosting their own data and services simply due to cost. The data was pulled from the small piles where it was only valuable to the individual or the organization, and into the cloud where data could be extracted. Believe it or not, Nintendo actually figured this out back in the 1980s, but it was just a game to them. Get used to the dad jokes, more are coming. Companies that collect and store data are unregulated banks. By storing data, a bank or an organization can actually generate income. Using your data along with the data of others on their platform, income can be generated. And this goes far beyond interest or advertising to selling a part of you that you may not even be aware exists. And the return is far beyond that of banks because of the exponential rise of data. We have entered the zettabyte era. In 2012, the amount of data existing in the world surpassed a zettabyte. Now, more than that amount of traffic traverses the world every year. And it is estimated there could be 40 zettabytes of data in existence today. If that much data was stored in books, it would take 4 billion libraries of Congress to hold them all. But where is the data coming from? Well, the individual is no longer just the creator, but also the consumer of data. Every one of us today creates more data than we likely know or even imagine. I am not even a fan of social media, and I still take tons of pictures of my adorable son. Here he is waking me up. Here he is going for a walk, playing on the playground. And in case you do not believe me when I say how adorable he is, here's a picture of him from the side. Think of how many pictures I take just to be able to choose ones that do not show his face or give away his location. But it's not just this. It's not the deliberate content creation. Let's take a look at my data. This is me. Exciting, right? Taking a closer look, I have both public and private data. I'd like to think it's more like this, but let's keep things realistic. And if I'm being honest with myself, there's a part of me that I don't even know. But there's more to it, because there's a part of me that I think is private and is not. Don't look for me on the internet. If I didn't want to see what was out there, you really don't. I even thought about putting something I found in the presentation here, but apparently TED has rules. Here's the kicker, though. Part of that unknown data, that blind spot, that part of us that we don't even know, has been learned, but not by us. How was it learned? Going back to those images of my son, if If you had the data itself, you could extract the exact latitude and longitude of where the picture was taken. Given all the pictures that we take, not to mention everyone around us taking pictures, imagine the story that can be written, knowing the exact location, date, time, and every individual in every one of those images. This is the data we cannot see. Embedded in every new technology, in every gadget upgraded, is the capacity to pull more data out of you. Taking things a step further, applications not only use these technologies to siphon data from you, they feed off of your input. This is the data we cannot see. Social media is so powerful because you interact entirely within their sphere of influence. Social media tracks everything you do, from what you post, to what you view, to whether you like or dislike something, to how quickly you scroll past or even interact with content. A profile is built to keep you engaged, to ensure not only that you return to the platform, but that you stay engaged for longer periods of time. Research is now emerging showing how information can affect the brain in the same manner as money and other rewards. And the longer you stay on these platforms, the more about you they learn, and the easier it is for you to be targeted. Given the sheer amount of data available and the tools to store, sort, and manipulate it, information can be tailored like a designer drug and targeted like a smart bomb, delivered to individuals as the most effective form of advertising ever deployed. Information is here to stay, it is here to manipulate, and we have given it so much data about ourselves without even thinking of the consequences that it is startlingly effective. We need to engage with the ethics of the use of information as an addictive substance and how data unseen can be used to manipulate. Earlier, I mentioned a student downloading the Library of Congress. I laughed, some others thought it was funny, but nobody batted an eye when I mentioned how quickly I was able to target and locate that student or determine what he was downloading and from where. Why don't we ask these questions? DNA tests are widely available and relatively cheap. You can obtain your own biological information for under $100. But at what cost? These organizations both house and use your data to generate revenue. What is the cost of a DNA test where your data is kept private? Hundreds of dollars more, at least. So at a minimum, your genetic information is worth that and more as time goes on. Can you imagine what will be buried under mounds of data for future historians and data archaeologists to uncover? Not only will our biological information be accessible, and that of our families, but everywhere we went and every thought we expressed, whether it was a facial expression caught on a camera, a post we made on social media, a text message we sent, or even an emoticon, is collected. What about your heartbeat? In all of human history, I can recall one heartbeat rate during one event. Can anyone guess it was in 1969? Neil Armstrong taking manual control and landing on the moon. 150 beats per minute, which is about what I'm at right now up here. All of it can and will be collected, analyzed, and used to build a profile, perhaps even write a narrative, built in conjunction with the data you cannot see, and with such aggregation and learning. That narrative will only become more accurate and frighteningly useful in both the right and wrong ways. Will Robert Frost's famous poem about two roads diverging still relate to those in the future? Or will they always be able to look back and see every step they took what path do we choose now? Well, as individuals, we can be more cognizant of the data that we create and share and understand how information can be used against us. Quite simply put, the more data you allow out, the more vulnerable you are. But getting that message out to people is not easy. And getting them to accept it at the expense of convenience is even harder. We need to reframe the conversation on data. Introduce new vocabulary, such as data exploitation. Given our previous analogy to banks, we could consider data laundering, or even go as far as suggesting data trafficking. What is important is that data has value. It can be exceptionally personal and private, to the point where it is very much a part of who we are. And it can be given, taken, traded, and used against us, even in the same way our loved ones can be leveraged. We need to build a firewall within ourselves. We need to weave data, logic, and privacy into the traditional curriculum and reinforce such a tapestry with critical thinking. We need to help children build the capacity to filter the bombardment of information instead of allowing them to become addicted to such enormous amounts of input. It may even be necessary to introduce mindfulness to help them unplug. Such a firewall, I believe, would prove useful for children as they inherit a world that struggles not only with the sheer volume of information, but how that information will be used against them. The amount of data that we create and information that we consume is incredible. Not only have we lost the ability to be private, it is uncertain we even have the ability to handle so much information. We need to build a firewall within ourselves to protect not only ourselves, but the world at large, as a very real part of who we are, both singularly and collectively as a species, steps into a binary immortality. An immortality that can be changed and manipulated, or even turned on and off by a will that does not reside within our own souls. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Justin. Our next speaker is a freshman at the college. Her interests span a wide variety of disciplines. She enjoys drawing, painting, writing, and playing sports, in addition to her main hobbies, studying mathematics and thinking about physics. Instead of attending a technical university, she chose to attend St. John's College because of its emphasis on the interconnectedness of many fields of study. After graduation, she aspires to study theoretical physics and pursue her passion for the sciences by founding a company dedicated to fostering creativity and innovation, both in the areas of the arts and the sciences.
And in her exploration of fundamental questions in quantum physics, she will take us on an interdimensional journey through the quantum realm with her two photon friends, Alice and Bob. So, without further ado, please welcome on stage Sylvia McKnight-Miles.
I'd like to ask you to take a moment to forget everything you think you know about reality, or at least shove it away somewhere. It will come in handy later, but now, I promise you, is not the time. Now that you're floating in a proverbial void of quantum uncertainty, take my hand and journey with me to the weird and wonderful world of the quantum. At the level of an atom, everything we see as reality, time and space, that is, seemingly breaks down. But what exactly is reality? To be quite honest, nobody's really sure, but we can try to figure it out. We'll start off easy. Picture yourself walking to fetch the morning newspaper. You get out of bed, put on your bathrobe, and make your morning cup of coffee and trudge down the driveway. You bend down to pick up the paper, ready to see what the world has to offer for you today in terms of news. and such. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Wait, can I start over? Okay, sorry. Okay. Wait, so is the time starting over? Because the mic is kind of like being weird. The mic is like. Okay. Oh crap. I'd like to ask you to take a minute to forget everything you think you know about reality, or at least shelve it away somewhere. It will come in handy later, but now, I promise you, is not the time. Now that you're floating in a proverbial void of uncertainty, take my hand and journey with me to the weird and wonderful world of the quantum. At the level of an atom, everything we see as reality, space and time, that is, seemingly breaks down. But what exactly is reality? To be quite honest, nobody's really sure, but we can try to figure it out. Picture yourself going to fetch the morning newspaper. You roll out of bed, put on your bathrobe, and make your morning cup of coffee and trudge down the driveway. You bend over to pick up the piece of paper to see what the news has to offer today. It seems simple, right? Every one of your actions had a direct and immediate consequence, and time flowed in one direction. No known laws of physics were broken. Oh, whoops, sorry. Okay. What? The lights. Wait. Okay. Okay, sorry, that was really confusing. Okay, and no known laws of physics were broken. I'm sorry. No, I know, it's just the lights threw me off. Wait, can I just want to see it. Thank you. But what happens if you do the same thing at the speed of light? If you take a proverbial step back from time? Oh. I'm so sorry. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't do it. No, I need to do it. I need to start over. It's just the lights threw me off.
Well,
And I need.
thank you, Sylvie. Well, I don't know about you, but all that quantum physics stuff, it's just making me hungry.
I bet you're not alone. We'll break for lunch now, but we'll come back in an hour.
Feel free to move around. You may purchase your lunch at the food truck parked outside, or slip into town for more options on Maryland Avenue and Main Street.
We will meet back here at 11:55 p.m. on the dot for our next talk. See you then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have... I hope you have an energizing break, because we have an amazing lineup of speakers still to go.
Our next speaker is a sophomore at the college. Ridiculed by the works of ancient Greek philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle, to the metaphysical doctrines of Alice C. Bayles, he explores the channels of thought regarding the simple to gain clarity and awareness regarding the most pressing questions, such as, what is virtue? What does the fall of man in Genesis 3 say about universal suffering and temptation for humans? These are some of the questions that he has struggled with.
Beginning from the opening lines of the Iliad, he will dial the clock back to ancient Greece. He will explore rage, love, and why they are so related.
Please give a round of applause for our next speaker, Jacob Garvey.
Menin idea tea, peliadeo achilleos olumomenen, amuri akaios alge etike. Polas di ithimos sukas, aidi proopsen areron. Aloria tecune conesen anoisi te pasi. Rage, sing, O goddess, O muse, the wrath of the son of Peleus Achilles. O murderous, O doomed one, who cost the Achaeans countless lives, hurling down to the house of death so many souls, leaving their bodies Karen, feast for the dogs and birds. To explore, analyze, read, and translate some of the most important texts from the ancient Greek times all the way to the early biblical and Roman era. Across all of these books, we have seen a universal theme: rage. This thing which encompasses us, forces us to tune in, turn to the tunnel vision and the red lens that covers it. Now, the rage we referred to back in the opening lines of the Iliad is that of Achilles. Achilles is an incredible warrior, an incredibly powerful figure of the Attic Greek times. He was at a place of stability and harmony at one point, until his friend Patroclus lay dead on the battlefield, killed by another Trojan soldier, Hector. This launches him into a rage. He loses all rationality, something every single one of us in this room can all relate to. Now, this rage can be seen manifested all the way through to the Roman times of Virgil's Aeneid. In Virgil's Aeneid, we see in Book 4 a beautiful love affair and political affair between Queen Dido and Aeneas. The two are in love. They're at harmony, peace, and stability with each other. They have forged together a covenant between the two. However, Aeneas, when he lands port in Queen Dido's land of the Tirans, he is forced to turn back and head back to the coast of Italy to find what would be one of the greatest nations in the world, Rome. Now, Dido and Aeneas' relationship swings between two extremes: infatuation and desertion. This leaves Dido in sorrow, regret. She is moved from what was once a covenant, love, and stability into a sorrowful, fearing rage. Now, we can see that Dido takes actions into her own hands against Aeneas. She decides to take her own life. But before doing so, she builds a pyre, which she would ultimately end her life on. She looks at her people and says, "This is my last cry. The last time my blood will boil. O Tirans, besiege with hate Aeneas and all of his race to come. Make this pact on my dust. No love, no truce must come between us." Now, prior to Dido's exploration of her rage, she was in peace and stability with this love. It led her to this irrationality and to take justice in her own terms. After she takes her life, her rage is seen and heard and smelt across all of the lands, even as Aeneas leaves the port and heads to Italy. Now, what does this rage say about these characters? Well, to me, it seems to reveal something universal about our human condition and nature. Something we can see in the crossovers and parallels when we turn on the news, have conversations with friends and family about what's going on, or simply are acted in accordance with this internal fury. Now, when I was trying to think of where this was coming from, the origin of rage, it didn't seem to be in one locomoted spot. In fact, it seemed what brought this rage about was love. Now, when we look at the Latin and theologian Lucretius, he depicts to us a beautiful story of Aphrodite and Mars. Aphrodite is the goddess of love, and he prays to her saying, "Only you can secure mankind with tranquil peace." It's true. Love is able to bring back the stability and the rest of Mars, this warlord who is brutal, vengeful, and is brutal in his actions. The same God that is inherent in all of us when we too act in this way. The same God present in Achilles when he took his brutal force out on the battlefields of Troy. And the same God that is present in our minds as we look at the battlefields of our society. Now, when we think about this, we know that love brings this rage, but it can also succumb the powers of it, bring the stability to the Mars and to ourselves. It starts to prompt something about unity, stopping the forces of division that are byproducts of rage. Now, when we look at Plato's Symposium, it is a beautiful dialogue about love. Aristophanes tells us about the beginning of man. We were all once united, two beings in one, 4 legs, 4 arms, 4 eyes, 2 faces. This unity was so powerful that Zeus took this as a threat. He decided to divide the humans, leaving us with the consequences of trying to find our other half for the rest of our lives. Driving force that division, because the power of unity is within us all to succumb the rage that is the byproduct of these external forces causing internal conflict. Now, when I think about this too, I think back to my own grandmother. She is 80 years old, about 4'11", and is pure Italian. She can definitely become rageful, and she can make my blood boil almost more than anyone else I know. But it is when I'm with her that I am reminded why I choose love in all of my own adventures. Because I could not imagine a world, a time, when the last time I get to see her, I was brought forth with rage and not love. Now, over the summer, I had an incredible experience with my sister. We got to go to Las Vegas to see Lady Gaga's residency. The show was awesome, electric, filled with love, you could say. But she left us with something very important. She said, "The world is a rotting apple, slowly sitting on a desk. But the kinder we are to each other, the more love we can give, the slower that apple will rot." Now, there's a lot of truth in that. The world, ourselves, our own nature are decomposing. We are of material. We are given choices in these inherent moments to turn away from the internal rage that is within us. Rage is just as fundamental to our being as our bodies. We can choose what to do with this, to participate in the truest example of free will by going against our internal desire of rage and going against the nature of love. Now, before me, I have 2 apples. I got both of these about a week ago. On the left, this one I left sitting on my counter, dropped it a couple times. Oh, it's a little bit mushy, a little moldy, seems to be unedible. Now this one, I gave lots of love to it. I washed it off in my sink, put it in my fridge in the produce drawer, and checked on it every day. These 2 apples are not the same. Rage is a byproduct of us living in this universe, on this earth, in this world, in this time. All of us will be moved to act with rage at one point or another in our future. We hold the power to change the world and to pick our own apple. Now I ask you, what apple would you choose? Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob.
Next up, we have a retired Army Lieutenant Colonel who served in the Special Forces and the 1st Ranger Battalion. He currently serves as a Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor at the U.S. Department of State in Washington, D.C., where he oversees the Bureau's work in Near Eastern Affairs, Western Hemisphere Affairs, and the Office of Security and Human Rights. He previously served in Amman, Jordan, as the Country Director for a U.S.-based INGO that provided humanitarian assistance and stability support to Syrian refugees and internally displaced persons.
In addition, he also served as a senior civilian advisor in Afghanistan, project director for an INGO based in Somalia, senior fellow at the Center for a New American Security, and special assistant for legislative affairs in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. He is a graduate of the U.S. Military Academy and holds master's degrees from the U.S. Naval War College and St. John's College.
In his grand defense of intuition, he will draw from his experiences in Afghanistan and Somalia and leave us thinking beyond the battlefield.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first alum speaker of the afternoon, Roger Carstens.
Thank you. Well, I have a long bio that pretty much means I'm an old man. I hope everyone's okay with that. So I'm really glad to be back at St. John's College. I left about 3.5 years ago to head over to Jordan, and it was a pleasure to walk around the campus today. And it's also a pleasure to be here within this community. Your loving embrace, very much appreciated. But Johnnies, as we all know, ask questions, right? So I have a question for you. Have you ever wrestled with a decision that was kind of hard? It could be what undergraduate program to jump into, or it could be whether you stay in a relationship or get out of a relationship. And in trying to make a decision, you start gathering data. You start taking a look at the facts, you start reading things, you conduct research, you ask all your friends, you ask your mom. And when you get all that data together, there's always that one critical point where the data and the information is finally pointing you in a direction. Has it ever pointed you left, but suddenly in that split second, your heart, your gut is telling you to go right? So, I'm going to talk a little bit about reclaiming intuition today. But before I do, I would like to get the clicker so that I can move the slides forward. Folks? Oh, thanks. That was planned. Okay, so we're going to start off with a quote. The Lord whose oracle is in Delphi neither declares or conceals, but shows by a sign. As you can see, that's from Heraclitus, a philosopher that was around about 500 BC. And in this fragment, he's referring to the Pythia, the high priestess, the oracle who resided at Delphi in the temple of Apollo. Now, back in the olden days, around 1400 BC to about 300 AD, if a citizen or a city-state had a very hard question that they wanted to solve and they wanted to render a decision, they could journey to Delphi and put their question before the oracle, hopefully to receive some predictive counseling. Well, Herodotus tells us the story in his book. There's the Temple of Apollo right there. Herodotus tells us the story of King Croesus, the extremely wealthy king of Lydia. And King Croesus sent emissaries to talk to the oracle at Delphi with the following question: should I or should I not make war against the Persians? Well, the oracle of Delphi gave a very curious answer to this. Let's see if I can get there somehow. Okay, there we go. Actually, let me back up a little bit. What I find fascinating about this quote is that you're not getting a yes or no, are you? Right? You're just getting kind of like a very vague, cryptic answer. You know, what you're getting is something, but it's showing it by a sign. So, in this story, Croesus sends someone all the way from Lydia, which is now in Turkey, to Delphi to get this answer. And here is what, that's not me, it is me. I'm being defeated by my technology, which I somehow knew would happen. Okay, so he says, if he should send an army against the Persians, he would destroy a great empire. Okay, now, this made Croesus very happy, and armed with this knowledge, he hastened to attack the Persians, only to find that the empire to be defeated was his own, and he suffered a catastrophic defeat. Now, I find this fascinating. You know, why did he not get this right? How did he misinterpret the oracle that was given to him? In fact, why was he going there in the first place? I think that's interesting. But what's troubling about this story is I kind of see myself in this story, and I think I see all of us. You may not agree, but we'll see if I can convince you here. So my question that I would pose now, it's twofold. How do you know when you know? And based on knowing something, how do you go about making your decisions? What kind of resources do you apply to your decision making? What processes? Now, if I were to gather you maybe one-on-one, you'd probably say, well, Roger, I used my reason and my intellect that was given to me, and then I apply to a certain set of things. Those things could be my experience, the context of the situation, a little data that I've come across. It could also be the opinions of the people that I trust, and that might be a good answer. You're using your reason and you're using information. But additionally, nowadays, you get to apply some very powerful technologies to help you solve these problems as well. So these technologies, which we've never had before, things like big data analytics, facial recognition software, artificial intelligence, and of course, naturally, the internet, these things can all be brought to bear to help you when you're trying to figure out what to do and render a decision. So we have never before in the history had so much information and so much decision-making power at our fingertips, right? So we're good to go. But on second thought, the theme of this conference, I don't think so. If we were doing so well, if all these tools and all this information was really helping us, then why did we have so many troubles in the prosecution of our last two wars? Why was it such a shock when Wall Street collapsed about 10 years ago? And why does it seem that every week or every month we somehow experience a catastrophic, crazy seismic event and then find ourselves unable to make the right decisions to kind of address what's just happened? So there's something kind of wrong here, and I don't think necessarily that this technology and all this data and our use of logic is quite getting us to where we need to be. In fact, I would dare say that those three things that I mentioned are actually causing something to wither. They're causing us to kind of forget something, and that's something that was given to us, given to humanity to help us make these decisions at these critical times and moments, and that is our intuition. So this would be my thesis, if I may offer it. I think we actually need to start reclaiming our intuition, and in doing so, regain a little bit of what makes us human. Now, coming to St. John's, I know the deal. If I don't offer you a definition, I'm going to be in big trouble. I'll be drawn and quartered. So let's go ahead and jump into what Pascal said. I kind of like this definition, actually. There were a few to choose from. Here's the one I liked. It's not possible to set it out logically as in mathematics. The thing must be seen all at once, at a glance. And it's not the result of progressive reasoning. He also says, the heart has its reasons of which reasons know nothing. I love that. So Pascal's given us, a way to think about this, but I would offer it's that feeling in your gut, it's that feeling in your heart that's telling you that what you're doing is right or wrong. But the key part here is it happens in a glance. You know, it's not something you're going to be deliberating and thinking about for quite some time. So what brought me here? Why on earth am I worried about how to make decisions and how intuition ties into all this? Well, mindful that Nietzsche tells us that you can kind of get the image of a man by telling three anecdotes. So the anecdotes I'm going to choose to tell my story are Afghanistan, Somalia, and St. John's College. Okay, for starters, I was in Afghanistan for about 3.5 years of my life. I was on a very small team of analytically trained combat veterans, lawyers, governance, and rule of law specialists. And our mission was to go out throughout the battlefield of Afghanistan to try to find out what was working and wasn't working. Now, we weren't just trying to figure out different ways to fight. We're actually trying to also address the core grievances, the problems, the root causes that were causing people to want to fight. Things like poverty, financial insecurity, a lack of access to justice. Resultantly, the decisions that we were always trying to bring to bear, hopefully, were integrated solutions that took into account security, rule of law, governance, development, etc. So we weren't always just seeking these military solutions. But in doing so, I noticed as I traveled that we were just gathering data upon data, to all this information was coming in, and yet at times it seems decisions weren't being made. Often decisions were being delayed by people who wanted to get that one extra piece of data or that perfect little bit of intelligence, which in my humble opinion really doesn't exist. So with all this information that we were gathering, I can also say that for the most part during my 3.5 years there, it was always telling us that we were winning the war. But I sensed in my gut that we weren't, that things weren't going as well as we all thought. So in frustration, I actually decided to leave Afghanistan and go to Somalia. In Somalia at the time, there was a kind of a ragtag coalition. It was poorly funded, poorly equipped, but somehow they were defeating their opponents, and I wanted to know why. So I headed off to Somalia and spent about 1.5 years of my life there. At first, I went up to the northern part where I got to witness a counter-piracy program where a military force was being trained to actually try to decrease piracy in the little cities around the Horn of Africa there. Later on, I went down to Mogadishu, where I had a chance to witness the efforts of the African military mission in Somalia, AMISOM, as they took on the insurgent group Al-Shabaab. Now, both of these efforts were very different, but there was a commonality that I found, and that commonality is this. They didn't have the resources that we had in Afghanistan to pull in all this information. And so what they did was they would pull in what they could and then just make the decision. They recognized that they weren't going to have a full grasp of what was happening on the ground, but they were okay, they were comfortable with making a decision. Now, I think that's kind of interesting because Clausewitz, who's a German war theorist from about the 1800s, would say something, or rather wrote, saying that in war, intelligence reports, many are contradictory, many are false, and almost all of them are uncertain. So the bottom line, war's kind of a confusing type of a thing, right? And you're never going to have perfect information. Now, in Afghanistan, that's what we were striving for. In Somalia, they seem to be kind of okay making decisions in this space. Move on to the next slide, the picture. By the way, they're all pictures of me. You know why? Because I was afraid to put someone else's picture in there and get sued. So there's me. And so I guess I got to the point in Somalia after about 1.5 years that I was also equally frustrated. I think they would often make decisions that I didn't quite understand. And what frustrated me is I felt that the commanders making these decisions were listening to something that I couldn't hear. And they were moving to a rhythm that I couldn't feel. So, in frustration, I backed away, and kind of like Shakespeare says in King Lear, necessity forces to confront our nature. After a certain amount of time of trying to confront the nature of war, I just had to back away and said, I'm done. I'm going to close that door behind me. I'm going to transition to something else in my life, and I'm going to start off by thinking about humanity and thinking about what it means to live a life that's good, true, and beautiful. Resultantly, I came here to St. John's, where I enrolled in the Master's Liberal Arts program. And as I had the pleasure of wrestling, reading, and engaging with all these authors and all these great texts, it was wonderful. I started to delve into my humanity, but bit by bit, something very strange started to happen. And that is I started to get the very answers to the questions that I'd sought many years earlier while at war. It almost seemed that with every new book that I read, I would get an extra piece of the puzzle, or a paint stroke to a mosaic that once completed would finally explain to me either what I'd been missing or what I'd forgotten that I might have used earlier in my life. So, armed with this, I guess I came to the conclusion that in Afghanistan, it seemed that we were trying to use logic, technology, and data to make decisions to, I guess, prosecute the war a little better, a little more efficiently, rather. But the problem that we came to that I think I might have identified by reading the great works is that we were trying to mathematize the war. We were trying to mathematize that which could not be mathematized. And as a result, we seem to have left our intuition behind. We weren't using it, weren't accessing it all. Now, I understand why people do this, because I think I've been in that same boat too. Once you get to a certain point in your life, you're held accountable. You're accountable to either political leaders, you're accountable to the Congress, the people who write your budgets, you're accountable to the citizens, of the country you're in or your own country, and you're also accountable in a military sense to your own soldiers for the decisions that you make. I can't imagine making a decision at a higher level, and then when asked to account for that decision, your answer is, well, I just felt like it was the right thing to do, or my gut told me. That doesn't fly anymore. You know, if you're going to go testify before Congress or you're going to have a discussion with the senior leader, you better be able to defend your decisions and account for them by providing them a reasonable and logical reason as to why you did what you did. So I kind of get where we went here and how we got there. I would dare say that not saying that troops read Aristotle, I guess maybe I do or did, but I think we took what Aristotle taught us to do, and that was take these big, tough problems and break them down into first principles and to create the rules that we could then use to prosecute our war. Or we did maybe, oops, I forgot my beautiful picture of St. John's College, taken on a cell phone. We also did what Sir Francis Bacon told us, and that was to make war on nature and make it work for us. If war is to an extent man-made but also a natural phenomenon, we were trying to learn the rules and then use it, recycle it back into what we were trying to do. But it just wasn't working that well. I think what we were losing was this intuitive ability to feel the battlefield, or is what we call Fingerspitzengefühl in German. And as Tolstoy said, nothing can be determined and everything depends on innumerable conditions, the significance of which becomes manifest at a particular moment, and no one can tell when that moment will come. Well, if you read Homer, if you read Herodotus, if you read Thucydides, and if you read anything from Marcus Aurelius or Caesar, they're basically saying that war is incredibly complicated, and no one seems to quite get how to fight these things because they're very tough. They're very hard to figure out. As Clausewitz said, in the whole range of human activities, war most resembles a game of cards. Okay, so we're left with this hard problem in which everything seems to be filled with thousands upon, maybe I'll even say immeasurable amounts of variables, and those variables are all colliding at the same time. So they essentially become impossible to measure. You might be able to measure them in that second, but a second later, those variables are flying all over each other again. And I often think of a quote from Heraclitus now when I think of warfare, and it's this: one cannot step twice into the same river, nor can one twice take hold of a mortal substance in a stable condition. For by the quickness and swiftness of its alteration, it scatters and gathers. At the same time, it endures and dissolves. It approaches and departs. So I'm going to back up there. So we're left with something that actually seems like it's almost impossible to wrestle with. But here's our big, I guess I could say our big aha moment that I'd like to transition to at this moment. And it's this. This is not just warfare. Now, the warfare that I became familiar with when I actually started to think about it and read the great books here at St. John's, it was almost philosophy, what is, and poetry, what could be. It seemed to, at every moment, doing the effort of being and becoming, and it seemed in a way to deny Aristotle's thoughts on non-contradiction, and that it was both rational and irrational at the same time. Warfare after going to St. John seemed to me to be both physical and metaphysical. But it's not just warfare, is it? So our big aha moment is, to me, there are other things that are actually hard to mathematize. Things like economics, politics, and love. There are certain human endeavors that pretty much follow what Heraclitus said about stepping in the same river twice. There are too many variables. It's hard. How do you do this? So I would say that based on what I learned here at St. John's, I'm going to come up with 2 of my 5 takeaways I'm going to give you. Takeaway number 1, be clear about what can be mathematized and what cannot. You know, if you want to send someone to the moon, mathematize it. You want to decide who you're going to vote for or whether you're going to marry someone, you better be bringing in your intuition on this. Number 2, when making decisions, bring your whole self to the process. So if it's not mathematizable, let's say it's love, politics, or economics, you need to bring your full self to every decision. And your full self could be your personal experiences, it could be the rational part of who you are, but it also should be part of your intuition too, right? Okay, so The third one is trust your intuition above all others. Now, to prove this one, let's go back to where we started. Now, we started talking about Croesus, right? And his encounter with the Pythia, the oracle at Delphi. Now, in this encounter, or before he had the encounter, he pretty much probably already knew everything, right? Before he even sent anyone to talk to the oracle, he'd probably taken a look at the force ratio. Do I have more soldiers than the Persians have? Are my commanders better? Is my army good? Can I fight on this terrain? Can I logistically support what I'm about to do? I would argue at that point right there, he had everything that he needed to make an intuitive decision. And instead, he goes to the oracle to tap into the oracle's intuition. And then bringing it back, he basically treats it as another data point. He tries to mathematize someone else's intuition, and we all see where that went. So trust your own intuition and not others. For those of you who might be a little younger, look, if you want to go to Match or eHarmony and tell that website all about you and then give them a perfect list of your perfect mate, well, the algorithms are probably going to show you a compatible person. But whether you marry that person, that's on you. You should not be going to the oracle via Snapchat, Twitter, Marco Polo, TikTok, whatever else they have out there. Or honestly, probably not your mother or your brother. That's something that you've got to live with. And if you tap into their intuition, they're not playing with the same amount of data and the same type of data you are. Make the decision yourself. So that brings us to the fourth takeaway here, and that is intuition has a shelf life. We started off talking about Pascal. And Pascal, if you recall, said you have to take a look at the situation at a glance in that moment. Okay? That's when your intuition comes to bear. You see something, and suddenly, very quickly, you know what you need to do. Now, what most people do is they take that, and then they back away and treat that as a data point, and then they go back to trying to use reason. So instead of using the intuition to help you make the decision, it just becomes another variable, and you essentially try to mathematize your problem again. But to be more, more to the point, you take your intuition and turn it into something that's alien to its nature. Tragic. So, for number 5, relationships matter. I think the reason that Croesus could not really figure out what was going on is whatever provides this intuition, whatever is giving someone intuition, he just didn't have a great relationship with it. Now, whether that's the Holy Spirit, if it's the logo of Heraclitus, if it's karma, if it's some other divine being, if you want to tap into your intuition, you've got to develop a relationship with it. You've got to strengthen what it is. And if something's in your way, if there's an obstacle, get the obstacle out and start trying to tap into this. But the most important thing you need to do if you're trying to cultivate a relationship is to cultivate the one with you. You need to cultivate a relationship with you. So, I love this quote right here by Rousseau. And the reason I love it is because it talks, I think, a little bit about what happened to Croesus. Croesus sends his emissaries to the oracle at Delphi, and what might be lost on some folks is that truly the answer to the question, the key to unlock the door, the puzzle that would have put the puzzle in place, was actually at Delphi. And so Rousseau writes, I dare say that the inscription on the temple at Delphi alone contains a precept more important and more difficult than all the huge tomes of the moralists. What is written at Delphi? Know thyself. The most important thing we can do, and if I could really truly give you one takeaway, is cultivate a relationship with yourself. And by knowing yourself, that's probably a pretty good place to start. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Thank you, Roger. Our next speaker is a junior at the Santa Fe campus of the college. He isn't afraid to capture deeply painful emotions through his photographs because he has lived through them. This site scholar is a self-taught photographer. He began the trade with travel photography and has since transitioned to projects about mental illness, emotions, and states of mind. Originally from Colombia, this artist started photography when he was in high school at the Singapore United World College, which offered a culturally diverse community he is grateful to experience.
The self-identified travel junkie says, it all started as travel photography, taking pictures of places and people. that always caught my attention. I love traveling and eating weird food and getting on random bikes and trains. This mixes my two favorite passions, traveling and photography. Today, he will discuss overcoming depression by making conceptual art.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next speaker and my good friend, Hector Andres Poveda Morales.
Thank you. All right. Let me tell you about the time where I found myself taking 1,000 pictures of myself butt naked in my friend's bathtub. However, before we start, I'm going to say some words, and with the help of technology, I'm going to pair each of the words with the photo. What I want you to do is to pay attention to the words I say and the images you'll see. And I want you to ask yourself if you have ever felt in this way before. Ready? Overwhelmed. Anxious. Anxious. Hopeless. Trapped. Nightmarish. Suffocating. Drowning. And exhausted. For most folks that face mental health issues, these images might represent how they constantly feel. For others, they may represent the day-to-day struggles. And for some, they're just images. Everybody gets the blues at some point or the other. This is how they might feel when something bad happens or when they see art like this. However, for those of us with depression, this is how we always feel. At least for me, this is how I felt every single day back then, and how I felt for a very, very long time. Over the course of my life, I have dealt with something that doctors call depression. This mental health disorder has cost me countless friendships and important parts of my life. It has affected me in many ways, from my eating and sleeping patterns to my interactions with my family and friends. I didn't know I had it until my junior year of high school. It started out as me just feeling sad out of the blue. Then it gradually started to suck up my energy. I would constantly feel tired and irritable. I didn't want to do anything, not even be in company of others. There were many times where I would isolate myself in my room and cry for hours without reason nor end. I even stopped enjoying the things I used to love. When anxiety came, my friends started leaving. That constant overthinking that drives my thoughts out of control made me push friends and loved ones away to the point of complete loneliness. I was reaching my rock bottom. Suddenly, I would be thinking about suicide or self-harm while having lunch or reading a book. I felt that I needed to reach out to somebody before I killed myself. It was terrible. People fail to realize that depression is not an emotion or just a feeling. For me, depression is everything that holds me down. Slowly has consumed and extracted the happiness away from me and from everything I love. When I told my friends I had depression, there was an awkward and uncomfortable silence. When I told my parents, they went into denial. They said that it wasn't a real issue and that everything was in my head. Depression became a taboo in my life. I didn't want anybody to judge me, to feel sorry for me or to pity me. I didn't want anybody to treat me differently because of what I was going through. So I thought I could fight it alone. I was very wrong. Things were beginning to get out of control. My mind was constantly shifting and turning into my inner demons, torturing me and telling me to do things I didn't want to do. It was haunting me like the furious in the Eumenides. I felt that I needed to reach out to somebody before I killed myself. I wanted to scream and shout. It was as though there was a pressure cooker inside of my head. Eventually, either the pressure would be released somehow, or it kept building up until it would explode. Looking back, I had the wrong approach. I wanted somebody else to clean up the mess my mind had made. So I thought it would be a good idea to go to therapy. I quit after 2 sessions. Now that I think about it, I know I wasn't ready to face my issues in that way. It is different with everybody. I just really didn't know that. So I felt like crap. It launched my overthinking onto space, and my mind started plotting multiple reasons why I will never get the help I needed. I felt worthless. In the midst of my confusion and perplexity, I found something beautiful in my depression. Something that was intrinsically part of me, but it wasn't me. It had a face like me, but it didn't smile. It had company, but it felt alone. It was as finding somebody else living inside of my head. Somebody without a voice or movement. A simple cloud of darkness that emanated sadness and nervousness whenever I was. I remember feeling that there wasn't enough room for me and this other me inside of my head. I was asphyxiating myself. I felt that I needed to open the door to let the smoke rise and to clean the air. That's when the Art of Depression was born. I got a journal and began writing simple words trying to describe how I was feeling. At first, it was very difficult. I would find myself writing sentences and even paragraphs. It took me a while to narrow it down to simple words. However, once I was able to do so, I wrote for days without end. I took my journal with me everywhere, during classes, during work, while eating, and even while sitting on the toilet. At the end of my writing period, I went back and looked at which words repeated themselves the most. At first, I didn't know what I wanted to do with my words. Then it clicked. Why not take these words and make pictures out of them? Like a personification of my inner demons. I mean, if therapy wasn't for me, could photography help me? I thought to give it a try. In the same journal, I began sketching countless very dark and haunting drawings. Then out of the horror that I found within me, I started to notice things that I knew represented exactly how I felt, but I simply couldn't put into words. After just over a month of writing, I thought I was ready to take my words into action, to literally extract my inner self out of its mental prison and meet it face on. The week that I decided to take the self-portraits was very strange. I had a vague idea of what themes I wanted to depict in my pictures, but I had no clue how I was going to do so. I mean, I'm a photographer, and while I have a lot of experience doing photo shoots, I didn't know anything about conceptual projects like the one I was undertaking. So I did what everybody in my position would have done. I went to the supermarket. In there, I looked for items that I could use as props for my pictures. In my basket, I had flour, cling film, some foil, newspapers, some band-aids and bandages, balloons, flour, more flour, and, of course, some cigarettes. You know, your average weekly shop. On my way back, I drove by a paintball place and decided to get a last-minute smoke grenades. You know, as one does. My friend Ben had a rope, and I asked him if he could lend it to me and if he could do one of those nuts, like the ones that you see on the hangman's gallows on the movies. The day that I had everything together to take the supporters, I finally arrived. I felt like I was in this trance. I picked some clothes that depicted exactly how I felt, and I left to the woods behind one of the dorms on campus with my friend Ben. I had previously talked to security, telling them that I was doing a photography project and that I was using smoke grenades for one of my pictures. I have to admit, I looked pretty suspicious, nonetheless sketchy. I mean, nobody really wants to try to explain to a cop why they have cling wrap, the news, and the smoke grenades. Anyway, security sent an email to the whole campus, the whole community, and I thought that was it. However, while I was taking the pictures, a photographer showed up and asked what I was doing with the smoke grenades and if he could watch. At the end of the shoot, he went back to his car and picked up a camera, a very nice camera. He gave it to me and said something along the lines, "Here, take this. This camera is my favorite. I think you could give it a good use for your project. I'll find you again at some point. Good luck. And then he left. Poof, he didn't even tell me his name. The second time I went to take the self-portraits, I did so with another two friends, Wild and Olivia, taking with us everything I had picked up at the store. Once again, I felt like I was in this trance. There was something inside of me that felt in control. It was as if my inner self was expressing itself via the actions of my body. It was me, but at the same time, it wasn't. It was very powerful and weird. I remember feeling that, I remember taking the props out of the bag and planning the shots on the spot. All those drawings that I made were really, really helpful. However, none of them ended up in the project. Wild and Olivia were my second and third pair of hands when I needed them the most. I would ask them to do multiple things that needed to be done at once, or to throw things at me. I mean, it was cathartic for everybody. I would explain to them the shots that I wanted, the angles, and what I was looking for in each picture. And then they would help me with the final action of pressing the shutter release button. The whole experience was very, very liberating. I have 1,000 pictures of myself naked in my friend's bathtub and thousands of other shots. For once in my life, I was, and I felt in full control. I was in the driver's seat and my mind was going 100 miles per hour. While the whole process of taking and editing the pictures was very intense and therapeutic, I felt that something was missing, something to bring the project to life. I remember feeling that I couldn't hold these feelings within me any longer and that I needed to break free from my chains. So on May 3rd, 2016, I gathered the courage to post these pictures on my social media. The reaction was not what I expected. Strangers and people that I didn't know reacted to my posts. Friends and people that I didn't know suffer from depression and anxiety were sharing their journeys with me. Even some family members were sharing their experiences too. I discovered I was not alone. I never was. It was extremely powerful and liberating. Something important resulting from that post on Facebook. I had started a conversation by being radically honest. A conversation that for me had always been difficult to start because I didn't have the words to express how I felt. Now, I had thousands of words and I was completely silent. My grandparents called me and asked me about it. We all cried. My parents started talking to me about it and now they fully understand what I suffer. I materialized my fears, my demons, and embraced them. Embraced them in a way that I was not only making changes to myself, but to the people around me. I used my photography to alleviate my suffering and to cope with my depression. However, it wasn't only for me. There are many folks that have sent me their messages with the journeys because of the depression or anxiety or bipolar disorder or any other mental health issue. They have thanked me for sharing my journey and for allowing them to partake in it. For them, this has also been a way to materialize their fears and face them. While depression and anxiety are something that perhaps I have to live with for the rest of my life, it doesn't mean that I have to live under its rules. Sometimes it can be difficult to describe in words how one feels. For some emotions, it's actually impossible to do so. However, photography broke that barrier for me and allowed me to pour my emotions onto the world. I used photography and turned my depression into something palpable, something physical, something that I was able to acknowledge and face. Photography changed the concept that I have of depression into something new, something healthy. For me, my depression and my feelings are not a taboo anymore. By doing this project, I was able to break free from my chains, and that bottomless pit I once thought I was falling into, it is not really bottomless, and it definitely doesn't feel like a pit anymore. It is more like a very bad pothole, like the ones that you drive over and leave you be concerned about your car. Photography saved my life, and talking about my issues saved my life. Now, I know that being depressed is okay, that being sad is okay, and that, as with a cold, I sometimes need medicine to help resolve it or to keep it at bay. For me, open conversation about my feelings is my medicine. Photography is my medicine. For others, it might be therapy or yoga or meditation. The point is that there will always be something that can help you cope with your feelings and your issues in a healthy way. For me, I was lucky enough that I found my coping mechanism, and now I'm able to say that my depression is like a beautiful wild cat. After many years of being lost, now I know I'm not alone, even though sometimes it still feels like I am. There are many people out there like you and me that suffer the same as I do every day. Knowing that we're not alone makes a big difference. I know people say this a lot, but I say it because I've been through it. It does get better. Having friends that were willing to throw things at me or to letting me take naked selfies in the bathtub make a big difference. I was just too blind then to realize that they did. Talking, getting out, finding that thing that can help you get up in the morning are some of the things that you can start doing to break those chains. Find what works for you and apply it to your day-to-day life. For me, it was communicating through photography. For others, might be communicating through therapy. The point is that you need to find your voice. Don't give up and keep fighting. There are a lot of us on your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Our next speaker is a senior at the college. Originally from Connecticut and soon to graduate, she plans on attending a post-baccalaureate program to prepare for medical school and a career as a physician. She loves to be outdoors, cook Italian food, read everything under the sun, and travel to new countries.
In her spare time, she captains the women and non-binary intramural group, Kunai. Being a Kunai captain has made her grow in her leadership qualities and her capacity for fun. It also has provided an important opportunity to think about the intersection between gender, sex, and athletics.
Who is a skillful athlete? Are sports inherently competitive? What makes for an uneven playing field? She will unpack these questions while calling for an end to gender separation in sports. Please welcome on stage Nancy Hilton.
Last summer, I had the opportunity of watching the CrossFit Games. Not in person, unfortunately, but on YouTube. In a particular event, a swim paddle swim, the men and women started and played together. This is where my second thought moment began. What if men and women always played together, or even against each other? I am a woman and an athlete, and alongside 5 other women, I captain a sports group here at St. John's College called Kunai. All right. Kunai is available to women, trans, and non-binary athletes. Now, some of these terms might be new for us, so I'm going to define some of them. The term trans is used to describe somebody who has transitioned from one gender or sex into another. The term non-binary, which you'll hear me say a lot, is used to describe somebody who moves between genders freely or has no gender at all. Kunai has recently had to expand its definition of who can participate because this gendered paradigm is in trouble. Beyond St. John's College, we separate men and women, boys and girls, into these categories when they play. But this doesn't work for everybody. We cannot separate athletes into men and women as we've so strictly defined them, because there are people who do not fit into these categories. I want everyone, regardless of their gender or sex, to experience the transformative, challenging, healthy, and fun aspects of being an athlete. The fourth pillar of Olympism in the Olympic Charter states that the practice of sport is a human right. We all need to be active. We might not all become Olympians, but we all need to be active. However, if we don't change our conceptions about who can play and where, we will continue to deny a crucial part of being human. So if this is such a problem, Why haven't men and women always played together? I think there's an unexpected reason. For men to be aggressive with men and women with women is one thing. But for men and women to be aggressive together is another. We feel like we're treading into dangerous territory. Violence between men and women is a serious issue we're trying to combat in our culture. But why am I characterizing sports as violent or aggressive? A minute ago, wasn't I just talking about how competitive and fun they could be? At my 4 years at St. John's College, I've played many different sports, but I was raised in basketball. I've played for almost over a decade. And when I tell people this, they have two reactions. They either say, Nancy, I love basketball, let's play sometime. Or they wish I'd never mentioned it. Why is a sport polarizing this way? When I'm playing basketball, I'm doing things I generally wouldn't do. I can invade somebody's personal space, I can swat the ball out of their hands, I can be bombastic and loud and gloat. In general, I'm given license to defy our social rules. And inherent to the design of many games is this violation of our cultural norms. No wonder it bothers us so much. Sometimes athletes come to Kunai thinking that it won't be as rough as our co-ed sports here at St. John's College. They are wrong. We think that by playing with people who have the same physicality as us or the same bodies as us, that we're less likely to get hurt. But this isn't the case either. What it depends on most is the relative skill of the athletes on the court or field around you. Risk of getting injured is inherent to sports, whether it be a man, a woman, a trans, or non-binary athlete. So before I move on to my next point, I want to address some of the emotions that might be coming up. Gender dynamics is really difficult to talk about. It's quite uncomfortable. And ultimately, I'm not wedded to any of the ideas I'm telling you, but this conversation needs to happen. It is incredibly important. But I want all of you to challenge your ideas on gender. What have you been told about men, women, trans, and non-binary people that is not useful or true? If some of these ideas bother you, as they might, I want all of you to reflect on them, because they are intelligent ones. These feelings will tell you a lot about yourself. So as I was preparing for today and having conversations with many different athletes, one issue kept coming up: the concern about the uneven playing field. Will it be fair for people of all gender expressions to play together? Is it fair that everyone will be judged together? Through selective media, we are led to believe that people with more testosterone and more male characteristics will perform better. End of story. This is not always the case. There are so many more factors that go into an athlete's success or failure than just their hormones. They are not the be-all, end-all. There are trans and non-binary athletes who, with these testosterone differences, who perform average among their peers. Though disgruntled parents, athletes, and media would have you believe differently. When athletic organizations try to control for these individual variances, ultimately they fail, because none of us have ever been equal. Athletes have never been equal. Competition is designed to highlight this. Some people will win, some people will come really close, and some will lose. The issue really begins with the idea that there is an even playing field at all. When we're measuring athletic competitions, what we're trying to control for and make sure that we're measuring is athletic performance and not some other ability. But what does it mean to have an even playing field? What we're really concerned with is fairness. Wouldn't we have to control for all of the variables to make sure nobody's getting an unfair advantage? Should we mandate that coaches train all of their athletes the same? All athletes should diet the same. Protein powder and supplements should be outlawed. Should athletes with prodigious height, weight, or muscle mass be barred from competition because of their genetics? If we take the idea of the even playing field to its logical extreme, everyone becomes the same. And the purposes of sport, like excellence, achievement, and fun, become irrelevant and meaningless. When a trans athlete performs and does well, maybe even wins, it's because of their hormones. But when a trans athlete loses or performs average, nothing is said about it. I think Dr. Rachel McKinnon put it best. She's a professor and a trans athlete. In her recent article in the New York Times called "I Won a World Championship, Some People Aren't Happy About It." She writes, "If you think I have an unfair competitive advantage, consider this. I lose most of my races. How can I have an unfair advantage over her if she beats me most of the time? And why should my right to compete be contingent on not winning?" There are now, and in the future will continue to be, really excellent and talented trans and non-binary athletes. But as things stand, there's not enough room for them to compete. So, instead of keeping our exclusionary system, what if we create a new inclusionary system? No gender necessary. Instead of separating athletes by their gender, we can separate them by their skills and goals. The people who want to be really elite and work their bodies and be highly competitive, they can play together. And the people who want to be active and have fun through competition, but not necessarily become elite, they can play together. By putting people of the same goals and skills together, we can create better teams that work for everyone. Earlier, I asked you what it might look like for men and women to play together. I also want to ask you what it means to be a great athlete. Think about some great athletes you might have heard of or know. Are they great because they score a lot of points or they run really fast? That could be part of it, but I think it's only a part. I think what we really mean is something like, this athlete inspires me. This athlete looks like me, and they have shown me the wealth of potential in a human being. This athlete has emboldened me to try harder in my life. Many more people than we think can be that if they are given the chance to show it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. We will be taking a 5-minute break now. Feel free to move around, but now it is 3:03. We will see you down here at 3:10. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Ooh, yeah. Next up, we have a sophomore whose ambition is to be a stand-up comedian if becoming a majestic philosopher proves impossible. She enjoys solving logic and math puzzles and also likes to relate uncommon topics to philosophy. For example, she often wonders what fashion brands Nietzsche would be fond of. She presents herself to be classy and elegant, but she also enjoys watching The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
How can we reconcile fashion and philosophy when philosophers aim to look beyond physical appearance? Our next speaker will point us to an inherent thoughtfulness and purpose in fashion.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Chris Liu.
So when I told my mom that I was going to study philosophy, she was both distressed and delighted. Because you see, for my mother, philosophy sounds cute. And devoting 4 years of my life to studying Herodotus, Tacitus, Epictetus, and the rest of the isses sounds ridiculous. At the same time, however, she was a little relieved because, and I quote, "Well, at least as a philosopher, you don't have to spend so much money buying pretty clothes anymore." To be honest, I am not surprised that she associates philosophers with bad dressers. Because although philosophers strive to find the inner beauties in things, presenting outer beauty is not historically their strongest suit. Jonathan Wolff echoed this in his column in The Guardian, saying that academics dress badly because we're so fulfilled with our work. Is that really the reason? Maybe it's a paycheck. Or maybe it's a philosopher's anxiety that our outer appearance is superficial compared to our hidden inner truth. Embedded in that anxiety is a separation between appearance from reality. And here we encounter a philosophical concept, the truth. Although philosophers always pride themselves in their ability to find the truth, there's always been a distinction between inner and outer truth. And the idea is actually not as lofty and complicated as it sounds because we encounter the task of differentiating outer and inner truth in our everyday life. For example, if I ask you, what is an apple? The image that comes into your mind is the appearance of an apple, how it looks on the outside, this red, round, earthy beauty. But its essence, the apple-ness of the apple, is much more complicated and usually beyond what we can see. So let's say we chop this apple or slice it into pieces so that it does not look like the apple. How then do we know that it is still an apple? Now, this is a very simple example of an inner and outer truth, but I think you get the gist of it. Now, if you search on the internet, why are philosophers ... you'll get results such as, why are philosophers so poor? Why are philosophers so arrogant? Why are philosophers bad writers? The most interesting one to me personally is, why are philosophers so ugly? Oh, the audacity. I mean, yes, maybe, throughout history, some philosophers weren't exactly beauty pageant queens, but that's only because they didn't care about how they look. Just as they believe their outer appearance cannot fully represent their inner beauty. And among those philosophers, Plato most avidly separates appearance from reality. To him, appearance leads to opinion, whereas reality guides us to the truth. He says this in the Republic, "No one is satisfied with the appearance of the good. It is the reality that they seek. In the case of the good, appearance is despised by everyone." If we associate that to ourselves, our outer presentation is then nothing but a look that appeals to the eyes but not to the mind, whereas our inner essence, what makes us us, can only be discovered by looking beyond the apparent. And therefore, we despise the idea of spending too much time choosing between a violet top or an indigo top because we believe, essentially, clothing and appearance has nothing to do with who we actually are. Now, I'm conflicted because as an aspiring philosopher,
I would love to believe that how we look on the outside has nothing to do with who we are on the inside. But as a fashion lover and someone who would like to justify all those clothes she bought on Black Friday, surely sometimes our appearance reflects a certain mindset within. The most common example is wedding gowns and funeral wears. Although white wedding gowns is not exactly a historical trend, some culture associates the color white with purity and virtue. And therefore, wearing white wedding gown is supposed to reflect a mindset of virtuous and pure. And similarly, some culture associates the color black with sorrow and heavier emotion, and therefore wearing the color black, this is just an unhappy coincidence. Wearing the color black in a funeral is supposed to cloak a flood of inner emotion. So you see, it's not just the philosophers who are trying to figure out how to use clothing to tie in our appearance with our reality, because we see examples like this in our everyday life. So the question on the table right now is about the purpose of clothing. What exactly is clothing? Why do we need clothing? By choosing to put on different clothing to present different appearance, are we essentially hiding ourselves underneath the fabrics or expressing our thoughts more successfully? Well, perhaps there's a happy medium. Instead of drawing this black and white distinction between outer appearance and inner reality, we can see clothing as a medium that helps us to truthfully express who we are, as well as hide us from the world. And if you think about it, the way clothing come into being in the biblical stories speaks to the idea of covering and hiding. The story goes that Adam and Eve were living happily in the Garden of Eden, free from the self-consciousness of their naked bodies. However, after eating the fruit of knowledge, they realized they were naked and started to cover their bodies with fig leaves. Now, the first realization of nakedness is fascinating because it implies there's something lacking or missing from our most honest figure. For some reason, our natural figure is unnatural, and we feel uncomfortable that we have to cover them. Now, that's an outrageous thought, right? Because when we look at birds or apples, we don't feel like there's something lacking from the way they look on the outside. They appear the way they are, and they are the way they appear. But when it comes to human being, it seems that from day one, we have to cover ourselves or add a little something to our bodies to make us more us. Now, if anything, the story of the Bible tells us that one of the most important purposes of clothing is to cover and to hide. But throughout history, there are plenty of styles that more literally reveals our bodies. Now, one of those styles is the décolleté style that was popular in the 1790s. This style used nude-colored fabrics to show off our bodies, and your figure is emphasized because you can see your bodies through the fabrics. It was referred to as nudity à la grecque because it presents this ironic idea of a well-clothed nudity. And fast forward to 21st century, some contemporary designers takes the idea of revealing to a whole new level. Sheer clothing becomes a huge trend and frequently shows up in the recent runway collections. And we see models and celebrities dressed in full transparency, and while what's underneath their clothing becomes more directly revealed to us, we can't help but wonder, what exactly are we seeing? What then now is the purpose of clothing? The truth is, our use of clothing has always been a huge paradox. It never fully reveals nor hides us from the world. It does both. Well, I hope you're seeing now that clothing actually ties in our appearance and our reality much closer than we thought it did. It is fashioned based on our desire to conceal, in which sense that desire by itself is a joke we play on one another. Because we all know what's underneath our clothing, but we play along with these optical illusions anyway. The reason why we have clothing in the first place is based on our desire to hide and conceal. But the reason why we choose to put on different clothing every day is based on our desire to reveal and to show. And therefore, to me, the philosophy of clothing is exactly to understand this desire to hide and to show at the same time, and therefore to wrestle with my inner and outer self. Now, the aim of this talk isn't to tell everyone that they should spend 2 hours every day in front of their wardrobe. Although, judging from what I'm seeing, some of you should probably spend a little more time on that. Well, we've all heard the saying, there's more than meets the eyes. And the way I understand this saying is not just, don't judge a book by its cover because your inner beauty cannot be fully represented by how you look on the outside. Instead, I think this saying is encouraging us to reflect on the role of seeing in the process of understanding. It's not just the philosophers who desire the truth. We all want to understand one another and ourselves. But we take sight as a given power and end up not trusting this most natural and fundamental ability. Yes, there is more than meets the eyes, but don't dismiss what's meeting the eyes. Don't dismiss your ability to look, to see, and to observe. Because the world is complicated, and it requires both our eyes and mind in observation to understand it. Maybe some philosophers do belong on runways, just like maybe there's a little bit of philosophers in every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker, Jennifer Chenoweth, is unfortunately not able to be here with us this afternoon.
And instead, we will present a video of her TED Talk. Enjoy.
Questions for you. Where is a place you feel most alive? Where did you learn your trust had been betrayed? Where was your faith in humanity restored? I'm an artist. I constantly think about what creates meaning in our lives and make art about those ideas. I live in Austin, Texas, where we're deeply devoted to relationships and culture. And over the years living in Austin, I became really curious about what experiences people were having that made them feel at home. So I set out to explore these ideas of belonging in a visible and meaningful way. I think other people's feelings about a place help shape our own, creating a collective sense of place. And psychologists call all of this place attachment. What laid the groundwork for my inquiry was a theory of psychology and emotional wholeness created by Robert Plutchik in 1980. His diagram shows us how emotions are relational and connected. He He described 8 primary intense emotions: ecstasy, admiration, terror, amazement, grief, loathing, rage, vigilance. Secondary emotions are a mix of those: love, submission, awe, disapproval, remorse, contempt, aggression, optimism. And less intense are the daily felt ones of joy, trust, fear, surprise, sadness, disgust, anger, and anticipation. I discovered Plutchik's theory in my own search for understanding. I grew up as an at-risk kid in poverty and isolation, with abuse and neglect. My family's religious beliefs meant no medical attention and staying apart from others. The abuse included intense punishments, forced exorcisms, public shaming. And when I turned to another family member for help, led to sexual trafficking in my early teens. I got out and on my own. I got into therapy. My wonderful therapist taught me about post-traumatic stress disorder. She wanted me to recount my traumatic experience. My first thought was, which one? I survived, but I wanted to thrive. I wanted to know the confidence of being loved. I wanted a family. I wanted the chance to do my best work and to feel free. But in order to have all those good things, I knew I needed to heal emotionally. And I couldn't do that by rejecting that story. Healing requires acceptance. And building a life requires vulnerability and attachment. And I had to find a way to embrace all of that to grow. Plutchik's tool showed me a way that I could envision my whole life as a flower of experience. You get to awe between fear and surprise. You get to trust between love and submission. And in order to fully allow joy, I had to fully allow grief. And I didn't want to just stay in that red-hot mess area of rage and vigilance. So I started making art about those ideas of acceptance and emotional wholeness, and I shared them with my community. This is a sculpture called Dance of the Cosmos. It's mechanical and solar-powered. It opens and closes, and my husband helped me make it. It was inspired by a Tibetan lotus mandala and Plutchik's chart, which forms the base of the sculpture. I've been an artist long enough to know that if an idea stays interesting to me, it will resonate with others. And I wondered if something could be healing and nurturing to my whole community. So, with the collaboration of a whole lot of friends, I created an interactive public art project called XYZ Atlas, where people's experiences and stories could be documented and mapped. It started with a survey where we asked people the questions about where they had those experiences that create the meaning in their lives, such as, where have you faced your own mortality? people answered with a location and often a story. To the question, where were you struck by love? My favorite answer was, where didn't I fall in love? The most memorable was in Zilker Park, on a quilt in the middle of the park with snacks. Snacks help love happen. To the question, where did you feel utter disgust? A respondent answered, this is where I watched a man strike his child. This is an emotional landscape of Austin. We gave the locations X and Y, latitude and longitude coordinates on a map. We gave it a Z point up if it was positive, and down if it was negative, and we color-coded it to Plutchik's chart. Using geographic information systems, or GIS mapping tools, we created a collective map of our highs and lows. The anonymous data came in the form of a spreadsheet. Reading a row across, you'd see all the ups and downs of a single person's life experience in a place. Reading a column down, you'd see all the varieties of experience that cause a particular emotion. All the stories for rage, all the places for fear, and all the range of joy. I got lost in those stories. And one thing I discovered was, in some cases, a single person would answer multiple negative emotion questions in the same place, same occurrence. For example, in a valley of misery by Lake Travis, a person answered 6 negative emotion questions in the same spot, telling different facets of the same abusive experience. That is personal trauma. We don't have the same for positive experiences. Respondents tended to spread out their highs all over the place, but we have collective high spots, places of connection and joy that we return to over and over. The peak on the map is Barton Springs Pool in Zilker Park, our place to laugh with friends, to take a swim in the source of life, and to fall in love. The project was interactive. On grassy fields in all kinds of different places in town, we drew scale maps where people could walk around and flag the field with their experiences while taking the survey. At one event, at the end of a long day, a young woman spent well over an hour carefully writing her stories on each flag she placed. When she finished, I gratefully thanked her for her time and attention to my project. She told me she was currently in recovery for heroin addiction, and that the questions helped her understand her story and know what places she needed to avoid. Through invitations and commissions, we moved the project all around for 4 years. We created field maps and scale models and paper surveys. We created a beta digital platform to more efficiently collect the data. And we made giant "You Are Here" sculptures that we moved around to get people's attention to the project. This is a map of Bryan and College Station, Texas, where we use the XYZ Atlas to understand its use in urban planning using race and income demographics. This is Congress Avenue in downtown Austin between the Texas State Capitol and Lady Bird Lake. A city isn't just land, streets, and buildings, but places overlaid with the diverse history of many people. We collected stories about why a particular spot was beloved or depressing. I took the project to over 120 events and locations that reached over 600,000 people in real life and over 7 million in the press. I got a lot of feedback. So many thoughtful people suggested how to improve the project and urged me to think yet bigger. The XYZ Atlas is a tool that can affect the health and well-being of a person and a community. It demonstrates how our experiences drive our emotions drive our behavior, and our behavior drives our health. Examples. Our experiences drive our emotions. After an accident, my fear is like a filter in front of my eyes, affecting all my choices and even changing my perception of time. After an inspiring concert, I'm ready to live life to the fullest. And our emotions drive our behavior. Feeling rage, do I treat others well? Feeling love, I'm ready to go to work for my family's future. And our behavior drives our health. Feeling aggressive, do I reach for a drink or worse to change the mood or drive too fast? Feeling trust, I'm ready to take a risk toward what I want and make a change. The XYZ Atlas is a tool that puts our health in context. We need to see the social and environmental influences that shape our daily choices. It's a creative, fun, engaging way to ask, how are you? We had deep conversations about the primary determinants of health, and people wanted to have those conversations. One of the many groups we surveyed were individuals experiencing homelessness in downtown Austin, a growing number. In a park, we had coloring pages where people could share the space in a safe and creative environment while taking the survey. The stories they told of our beloved downtown broke our hearts. The assaults, the betrayals, being unwelcome everywhere and without any place to belong. I also see the XYZ Atlas as a tool to help us understand the collective histories in a city. How do we accept experiences that seem unacceptable? How do we make sense of brutal histories and events? Hurricanes, lynchings, gun violence, ignored rapes. It functions outside of race, age, class, and gender. We are all sharing the same place called home. And we're all feeling that same spectrum of emotions. It's a way to engage with people and reach out to people whose circumstances. Histories and events. Hurricanes, lynchings, gun violence, ignored rapes. It functions outside of race, age, class, and gender. We are all sharing the same place called home. And we're all feeling that same spectrum of emotions. It's a way to engage with people and reach out to people whose circumstances are different than your own. The amount of money in your bank account does not correlate with the value of your life's experiences. We're here to live and to allow the fullness of being. Through art, we were able to visually demonstrate the health value of healing our souls and our communities. What's the effect of someone getting the chance to live at their full capacity of compassion and resilience? What do our cities look like when we can live together wholly, contributing our best work? It's true, we can survive alone, but together we can thrive. Thank you.
Welcome back. We hope we hope you're recharged and ready for the home stretch.
We would now like to welcome back on stage Sylvie McKnight-Miles.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I speak formally, I just want to take a moment to say thank you for all of the support that you've all expressed through this. I really appreciate it. So now, let's begin. I'd like to take a moment to ask you to forget everything you think you know about reality. But what exactly is reality? To be honest, nobody's really sure, but we can try to figure it out. We'll start off easy. Picture yourself trying to get your morning newspaper. You get out of bed, put on your bathrobe, and walk down the driveway. And you bend down to pick up the paper. Seems simple, right? Every one of your actions had a direct and immediate consequence, and time flowed in one direction. But what happens if you do the same thing at the speed of light? If you take a proverbial step back from time? The first thing you notice is that nothing is moving. Rather, past and present are overlaid upon each other like images in a stop-motion animation video. You are in the driveway and bending down to pick up the paper all at the same time, and your hand is in the paper. The very idea of spatial distance seems to have become meaningless. Congratulations, you're beginning to see what life is like for a quantum particle, except they seem to exist this way nearly all the time, as a superposition of different states of being. Given that reality for a quantum particle appears to be an amalgamation of many realities, all twisted and tangled together, physicists prefer to assign something called a wave function to a quantum system. A wave function is basically a large mathematical object that sums together all the probability states of where a particle might be at any given moment and what state it might be in. Now, this probability function or wave function does not operate like our traditional ideas of the Cartesian coordinates, in that a particle is everywhere at once. Now, this might sound contradictory. How can a particle, a fixed quantized object, exist everywhere at once as a wave? Well, it turns out that this isn't a unique feature of the quantum world. In fact, it's everywhere in quantum mechanics. Decades ago, scientists resolved that that light itself is made up of both a particle and a wave. So it's not one or the other, it's somehow both. It's a wave until it's observed, and then once it's observed or interacts with something in our world, the probability function collapses into a single state of being. So in that way, a particle of light is both a particle and a wave. Doesn't this seem to contradict nearly all of our traditional ideas about what reality is and causality, space and time? How can something be affected instantaneously by something on the other side of the universe and then collapse from something continuous into something discrete in an instant? Well, it seems like that's just how the quantum world functions. Well, we may seem like we have an issue with this on the grounds that it violates our terms of what constitutes reality, but in fact, this is reality for the quantum world. So the issue clearly doesn't lie with the quantum world, which does follow these rules. It lies with an issue of our understanding of ideas such as causality and locality, and even major principles such as space and time. And these will have to be reevaluated if we want to truly understand how causality works at the quantum level. So, macroscopic laws won't work with quantum events. If the X makes that startlingly clear. So I'd like to show, oh my, whoa. Well, that was some quantum interference right there. Well, let's see if we can get... Well, let's see, I'll try to go on while they fix that. So basically, I'm going to start with the notion of two different quantum particles. We'll name one Alice. Oh, there we go, there's Alice. Oh, wait, no, it's not on your screen, it's on mine. Okay, there's Alice. This is Alice, and the other quantum particle is named Bob. Now, Alice and Bob have a very special relationship. We could even say that they're soulmates. Now, whatever state Alice is in, we'll call this state up, which is basically, this state up is just a mathematical representation of something called angular momentum, which I won't get into now because it's very wordy and complicated. But And we know that if Alice is in the up state of angular momentum, that Bob will be correlated to Alice's state, no matter how far away they are from each other. So if Alice is up, then Bob is down. It's important to keep in mind that one of the funny features of the quantum world is that, until they interact with each other, quantum particles are considered to exist in a superposition of many states of being or reality. So Alice and Bob are both up and down at the same time until they're measured, which is not normal. So let's do a little experiment. We'll send Bob 100,000 light years across the known universe. That should suffice. Alice, and we'll take a measurement of Alice. We find out that Alice is in the down position. Can we predict Bob's state even though they're so far away? Can Alice even affect Bob at this distance? Well, it turns out that it can. We take a measurement of Bob somehow and figure out that it is up. It will always be up when Alice is down, regardless of how much distance is between the two. Instantaneous communication. That's quantum mechanics for you. This process is an example of a non-local interaction in physics in that it violates our traditional ideas of causality and locality. Physicists refer to this particular relationship as quantum entanglement. But how can the quantum world violate our ideas of reality so blatantly? This just doesn't really make any sense. Well, it's possible that the quantum world follows a unique structure of cause and effect that is hidden from our prying eyes. Because the quantum world clearly doesn't follow, our traditional notions of time and space. And what's the deal with wave functions anyways? Why do wave functions always have to be expressed in terms of probabilities, that is, where a particle might be at any given moment? Why can't it have a fixed position when these particles are definitely interacting and they definitely exist? This seems like, again, a flaw with our current understanding of quantum mechanics. So, let's get into a possible structure of a possible cause and effect structure that quantum mechanics might follow. Well, if we think about it, one thing that quantum mechanics seems to have differently from our world is that quantum objects don't seem to regard distance as anything of importance to them. That could be because they don't have any inclination to follow our idea of time at all. So, if they aren't privy to our notion of time, then by virtue of this, distance means nothing, as we saw in the introduction, where distance became nothing when you step outside of time. But why would this happen? And what would a quantum world lying beyond our reach even look like? How could we imagine something existing not within time or without time, but beyond time? Well, it's possible that the quantum world itself creates the space-time, the very fabric that we are and is all around us. It seems likely that the quantum world has something to do with the creation of space-time, in that quantum processes underlie everything we know about the known universe. And in fact, if quantum mechanics does create the arrow of space, or does create space and the arrow of time, then it makes a lot of sense to assume that quantum mechanics wouldn't necessarily follow a sort of causality that's dependent upon the time it creates. In other words, by creating our arrow of time, quantum mechanical objects must follow some other arrow of time, or at least causal relationship. This causal relationship might take the form of interactions through another dimension that's either too small or too large for us to be able to visualize or interact with. Quantum mechanical objects may be temporally related, that is, across another dimension of time, while they may not be physically related in our dimensions. So they may be infinitely far away from each other in space and still able to communicate because their probability states in some sort of way overlap temporally. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the following slide. The red dots depict a particle which is in its current position just existing in space, which is very unlikely to find a particle in one spot, but for the sake of this demonstration. So the blue dots represent the future probability states, or the states that the particle will possibly become in the future, so probability states. The green probability states are yet another step removed in time from the blue. Now, what does this mean? Well, it draws to mind ideas of randomness, like how do we know which state the particle is going to choose? Well, quantum particles are a lot in this way like molecules of air floating around. We may not know where a given molecule of air will be at any given time, and it doesn't seem to matter in the context of the wider system. But when you think about the interactions of every other particle, you can deduce where one particle will be. Likewise, in quantum mechanics, interactions that may seem completely random may depend upon the motions of every other quantum particle and the states of every other quantum particle in the entire universe. So, it's no wonder that quantum mechanics seems a little random when you're taking into account literally every variable there is. So, under this model, we can draw a conclusion. Quantum particles neither exist outside the arrow of time, nor are they completely immune to it, in that they still follow they can still interact with each other within the scope of our dimension of time. Rather, by virtue of creating it, they exist within it, and thus aren't beholden to the consequences of violating our idea of causality. But before I get into what I promised a few minutes ago, that is, to explain how quantum entanglement and quantum relationships might create the space-time structure itself, I'd like to get into a process that seems wholly dependent upon our notion of a one-directional line of time. And the name of that process is entropy. You may have heard of entropy before. After all, it's a staple of every chemical engineering class. Basically, the gist of entropy is that the more randomness a system has, that is, the more probabilities it has of evolving into a more spatially randomized body, the more entropy it has. So in this graphic, the teacup on your left represents a system with very low entropy. It has a low probability of evolving into some other state or interacting with other systems in a way that will change its physical composition. Whereas when the teacup is dropped, it shatters into pieces. Each of these pieces have their own probability states. They can interact with a multitude of other systems. Now, this sounds a lot like quantum mechanics when you think about probability states increasing when entropy increases. So as time goes on, entropy increases because the number of probability states in a quantum system increase. Now, this particular definition of entropy might sound strange, and that's because it's from a very strange discipline in physics, that is, black hole physics. It's derived from a definition which will become very important, so listen carefully. Basically, in black hole physics, the gist of this relationship is that the more entropy there is inside the black hole, that is, the more quantum relationships are going on inside the black hole, the greater the area of the horizon is. Now, the horizon you can think of as being like a boundary of sorts for the black hole. So the more that's going on inside the black hole, the more entropy and randomness, quantum interactions there are, the greater the area of the horizon. But what does this have to do with what we've been talking about earlier, all the quantum malarkey? Well, what if the relationship between time and entropy is reciprocal? This might seem to have come out of the blue, but I promise I'll get into it. If you superimpose that diagram of a black hole, well, it's kind of a rudimentary diagram, but the idea is still there, onto our idea of the universe, then the horizon of the black hole would have correspondence with what we see as our present moment in time, that is, a sliver in time, which we perceive as well as our 3 dimensions of space. So, the world around us would be equivalent to the horizon of some cosmic black hole. That is, in this case, the entropy in the system would come from the interactions on the quantum level, which permeate the entire universe. These interactions, in turn, would cause space and time to expand if space and time are, in fact, the horizon of this cosmic black hole. So the more entropy there is within the universe as a whole, that is, the more interactions of the constituents of the universe, the more space we get. Space expands outwards, and time moves forwards in one direction. That is, our arrow of time. In this way, entropy could give rise to time. So to briefly recap, in a black hole, the more entropy there is, the greater the area of the horizon. Likewise, if we consider the horizon of our universe to be our current slice of time and 3 dimensions of space, space and time are expanding as entropy increases within the universe. It's like a quantum web permeating the entire universe. Space-time would be a web based on quantum probability states and entropy. Now, this brings to mind a very important relationship. You might recall from Einstein that the theory of gravity, that is, means that when space-time curves, objects move towards the center of that curvature. So gravity is basically just curvature in space-time. Now, if space-time has quantum origins, that could mean that the gravitational force itself is dependent upon the objects which it impacts just as much as the objects which it impacts are dependent upon gravity. So it's a reciprocal relationship in a way. Quantum interactions give rise to space-time by virtue of having probability states through their various interactions with one another. These probability states can be counted as entropy, which drives the engine of space-time forwards then in the arrow of time forwards and the area of space-time outwards. And then the fact that time is moving forwards and that there continues to be space means that gravity occurs and that objects interact with each other relative to this gravity. These quantum interactions in turn give rise to more probability states, more entropy, more space-time, gravity, and it goes back to quantum interactions. So the universe is like a giant machine driving itself forwards. It turns out that by looking at the quantum world, we can learn so much about our own reality. By taking the perspective of Alice and Bob, we learn something very crucial, and that is that the quantum world drives reality. Thank you for your time.
Wow, let me just say that Sylvie's work is revolutionary. It is insanely hard to talk about advanced physics to a full auditorium and a global live audience. If you ask me to talk about quantum entanglement, I'll be like, yeah, atoms. And yeah, so again, once again, a big round of applause for Sylvie. And time for our next speaker, who is a freshman who was born on a mountain in Colorado, yet has spent most of his life enjoying the 110-degree weather and 360 days of sun in Florida. He became interested in St. John's because of the emphasis on reading, writing, and speaking, which are the three skills that compose thought.
He plans on attending graduate school, assuming he figures out what he wants to do with his life by then. In his free time, he enjoys reading, playing the trombone and piano, and dancing in fields while listening to jazz.
A world mired in distractions could be saved by ordering the individual, or so he believes. He will now build a case for reflection, correction, and discipline. Please put your hands together for Ian Headley.
What are we going to do about the world? What are we going to do? From war, poverty, climate change, gun violence, the opioid epidemic, the availability of clean water, the list of global problems goes on and on. And despite the incredible advancements in society, we still face these unbelievable challenges. Now, on the positive, it's clear that we want to help. I see a massive cry to act, from student demonstrations here in the US regarding gun violence to global demonstrations regarding climate change. There's all this energy being put towards fixing the world, and yet any attempt at making progress seems to have fallen short. And the cause of that is, in worrying about the world, we have forgotten ourselves, the individual. Because I can ask myself the question, right now, in this moment, what is the best thing I can do for the world? And the answer is, I can start with myself. It goes through a process that starts with reflection, specifically over what we actually have control and relation to. From that, I can determine what is in order and what is in chaos. I can move towards setting order to what is in chaos and then maintain order by being disciplined in my actions. And through this process of fixing the individual, we can slowly begin to move outwards. I can start with myself and then go to the family and then the community and then the world at large. Because in ordering each of these smaller pieces, I gain experience and wisdom. And I can strive towards higher positions in confidence, knowing that I have put every effort of my being into becoming everything that I can be. We need to do this because ultimately the world is comprised of suffering, and it is our fundamental task to reduce that suffering. And to do that, we must tend to the worlds within ourselves first. But what is blocking us from the individual? Because I'm not surprised that we want to help. Of course we do. But it's because the world's problems are all we see. And this is because of the distortion of social media. as these platforms such as Instagram and Twitter have moved from a means of social interaction and communication to news sources which block us from viewing our own lives. This is accomplished through a never-ending stream of headlines that are bleeding into these main veins of communication and social interaction. This has not always been the case. When the news came in the form of the TV or the newspaper, the acts of reading or listening to the news were fairly separate from social activity. The divide between the two activities was fairly obvious. But now, these sites have become so infested with headlines that we have fully lost the separation between the world at large and our personal lives. For example, I use Snapchat to talk to my friends. On Snapchat, the page you open to is a camera. On the left is a main chat page, and on the right are your friends' stories with their day-to-day lives. However, this is also the news section, filled with advertisements and media tabloid gossip and breaking news. The consequence, as we can see, is that directly underneath my friend's story about their vacation is another story on how 2 or 10 or 50 more students were killed in a school shooting. This is a real screenshot from my phone, by the way. That's me editing this talk on my computer in the middle there. These two stories should not be on the same page or the same platform, as the frequency with which I see these headlines has left me not only desensitized, but quite frankly, exhausted. I already have responsibilities and problems in my own life, and to add on to those with things that I can't even solve is unbelievably frustrating. Over time, I begin to adopt the world as presented by social media as though it is my personal responsibility to fix. For example, I was sitting in my junior year of high school trying to justify being there because the pressure from always seeing these headlines made me want to leave. And many of my peers felt the exact same way. This is ultimately because social media has constructed a false reality. It makes it seem as though the only way I can live in the world is by keeping up with and being responsible for everything in it. But that's impossible. So am I just useless? I mean, what am I to do? The answer is, I can start with myself. Because even if I can't fix the world, I can at least try to fix the individual. And the first step in that is to be aware of what social media is. That in and of itself, it is a narrative being presented, and to remove that factor, we regain our own power to create meaningful change in the lives of the people around us as we return to the community that is here now. So we're back to the individual. And where do we start? Well, some self-reflection needs to happen first, specifically over what we actually have control and relation to, what I'm going to call my domains of responsibility. And as I construct this using my life, think of how your own would look as well. So that's me. My responsibilities include my school and my classes, my family and social life, my hobbies and clubs, my dorm room, and my mental and physical health. That's just 5 things that I need to keep track of. 5 things is not a lot of things. However, it's worth noting that college is designed so that I can spend all of my time focusing on my education, which means that compared to basically everyone, my responsibilities are rather low. But even so, as we can see, as they break down, the more intricacies and complexities appear. So much so that I could never actually have this diagram really represent everything. This is a tool for self-reflection. Using this, we can think about our lives and determine whether one of these is in order or in chaos. Now, I want to be very clear in my intention. Self-reflection is often associated with this notion that we should beat ourselves over the head with our own lives and say that since some of these things aren't going very well, we must be terrible and wretched people. That's not the point. That's not productive, and it's not actually helpful. What this really is an opportunity to ask ourselves the question, what are we doing every day, our lives, that is causing us to suffer? And with that determined, we can move towards correcting them. Self-reflection gives us another opportunity. specifically to act on the problems in our lives before we are forced to. And what I mean by that is, well, let me use an extreme as an example. In late January 2019, I sustained a rather odd neck injury, the nature of which was that the vertebrae in my neck would become misaligned, which basically means that your head feels like a bowling ball and your neck is a piece of string trying to hold it up. Rather uncomfortable. The first day this happened was on a Monday during school. My neck started to hurt a lot, and so I called my dad. I got checked out. I laid in bed. I woke up the next morning, and it felt okay. I did my normal routine. I drove myself to school. Upon arrival, I put on my 20-pound backpack, and I walked into school as though nothing was wrong. This was not a wise decision, because I knew something was wrong, so much so that I had missed nearly the entire day beforehand. But I ignored that. I went to school, and I tried to adopt all of my responsibilities again at once. The consequence of which was that by second period, I could barely stand up. My neck had fully collapsed on itself, and I realized that I couldn't bear not only the literal weight of my responsibilities in the form of my backpack, but to the same degree mentally, the responsibilities of my normal life. For the next 3 weeks, I could barely do anything. I could only stand for a couple of seconds. I could really eat very little, drink very little. I could barely even talk on certain days. And yet, despite all of that, I refused to accept that I was in chaos. Instead of skipping school and focusing on my health, I kind of bounced in and out of classes, desperately trying to keep everything in order. The result? My health did not improve, but only got worse, unsurprisingly. By the end of those 3 weeks, I had lost nearly 17 pounds and was down to two options. I could either focus all of my energy on eating and drinking, or go to the hospital and get an IV. And something finally clicked. I realized that I was trying to take on too much responsibility. I had to lower my domains down to just the basics in order to fix things. And that's exactly what I did. I focused all my energy on eating and drinking and was amazed that in just a few days, other things started rapidly falling back together. The lesson was clear. When we need to set order to things that are in chaos, we must start as small as we can bear, and with the few things fixed, other things will start to improve exponentially. Growth and recovery become the realities. And we need to act on these problems now. The things we know we need to fix. Because what caused my injury was neglect. I neglected problems that I knew I had to resolve and suffered the consequences of ignoring them. If I had been more diligent and proactive in fixing the things I knew I had to fix, maybe I could have avoided the entire situation. We've reflected on our responsibilities. We've set order to what we need to set order. And now we must maintain that order. And that is accomplished through discipline. As our lives are generally set around a number of routines and habits, and part of what we're doing in ordering our lives is removing the negative habits. However, we are entrenched in our habits. They make up nearly everything we do. And so to not fall into those bad habits, we must be disciplined in our actions. Now, discipline is often associated with this hard rigidness that seems to lack any joy or fun, and that's not what I mean. We don't actually need to be like my monk friend on the screen here. What discipline really is the active participation in not giving in to our most basic temptations. And what's awesome is that we come equipped with this little tool that tells us, and it's the little voice of guilt in our heads that comes in and says that we probably shouldn't be falling back into those temptations. For example, I can say to myself, you know what? It's a Saturday. I had a long week. I'm going to relax. And so I lay in my bed and I take some naps and I play some video games. That night, there's a dance going on. I get dressed up. I feel good. And as I walk into the dance, boom, there's that little voice. And it pops up and says, hey, don't forget about that paper that you have due Monday. That's the guilt. Because I knew I had that paper due. And yet I ignored it. I played video games, and now I need to be at the dance, dancing with someone, and I feel guilty. And then the next morning, I need to be writing my paper all of Sunday because I ignored it, and my weekend doesn't go at all how I wanted it to. But discipline changes all that. Because if I'm disciplined enough to start my work on Saturday, even though I don't want to, I can go to the dance guilt-free, and I have less work to do on Sunday. It's a total win-win. I get my cake and I eat it too. All it takes is the discipline to do the things I know I need to get done. To be disciplined is to not give in to our temptations, to do what we need to do. It's not a restrictive force, but rather a freeing one, as a man who speaks the truth does not need to remember what he has said. The path forward seems clear. So why do we hesitate? Well, there is a sacrifice in what I've been describing. Because to become all that we can be, we must sacrifice everything that we are now. To burn away the parts of our lives that are doing us no good, which is a sacrifice. But if I claim that I want to make positive change in the world, I better be willing to make that sacrifice. To make that positive change in myself first. Because the skeleton in the closet will remain collecting dust unless it is cleaned out, so clean it out. Because I would rather call my brother and apologize for what I've done now than to be 80 and realize that I haven't spoken to him in 30 years. So start now. Fixing our lives is difficult and humbling, and it's a process. It would be insane for me to come on stage and say that I have my entire life figured out, because of course I don't, and I never will. But I've observed my life while using these practices and while not. And when I'm doing the things I know I need to be doing, everything is progress. Through this process, we become not only accomplished in our individual lives, but fulfilled both as human beings and in our families and the community and the world at large. To actually be the light in the world, because it comes down to you, the individual. We need to deconstruct the false reality of social media. We need to reflect on our responsibilities, to set order to what we need to set order to and maintain everything through discipline. As you can do more good in the world by being good than in any other way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. And now it's time for the last speaker of the day. She earned her bachelor's in elementary education from Howard University and several graduate degrees in education from New York University and Howard University. She has a master's in liberal arts from St. John's College and has completed her PhD in curriculum and instruction from the University of Maryland, College Park. She has served as a teacher, director of education, and the head of school for public and Christian schools.
She will discuss how Africans in America became African Americans through education. She will focus on self-liberation and emergence from slavery through the Sudbury model and a classical education. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Dr. Anika Prather.
Well, good evening, everyone. Before I begin, I just want to give you some things to just help you understand this journey I'm about to take you on. I'm excited about being here because I feel like I have this opportunity where many people will get to hear a very clear explanation of the educational journey of African Americans here in America. And I can't just dive into the civil rights movement or Jim Crow or segregation, desegregation, slavery and the like, or even current issues. I want to take you way back to Africa. Is anybody ready to go with me to Africa? Because I want you to understand our hearts our emotions, the struggle, the journey. So here are a few things I'm going to give you to understand this journey. Number one, throughout my sharing, I'm going to be singing Negro spirituals. Negro spirituals are our first sign of literacy ability in the enslaved people, because it was their way of expressing their understanding of the Bible. The second thing I'm going to explain to you is, I'm hoping I don't have to use these, but there is so much I want to share with you in such a short amount of time. I may have to check them just to make sure I didn't miss something important. Is that okay with you? Good. So here we go. We're getting on the plane and we're headed to West Africa. Maybe Ghana, maybe Nigeria, who knows? Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child, a long way from home, a long way from home. The best way for me to help you understand what it was like to be brought from Africa to America is to just give you an example of a story from a former enslaved person named Olaudah Equiano. Now, he may not have walked American soil during the times he was enslaved, but his story, which is one of the early narratives of what Africans went through, helped me really get a good understanding of what happened. He was royalty in his tribe. He was enjoying the freedom of his land. And to avoid a whole bunch of long detail, suddenly he was taken. Taken from his mom, taken from his dad. He and his siblings taken. For a minute, they had each other. And as they were taken, they would wrap each other in each other's arms, trying to comfort each other. But then they were ripped away from each other, sent to who knows where, never to see each other again. That is the story of every person who was taken from the continent of Africa and enslaved in America or Europe or the Caribbean. Can you imagine being in one place, knowing the language, knowing the culture, knowing the education? They did have education in Africa. Knowing that, and then thrust away from your parents, your culture, your language, your people, and everything that was familiar to you. And then you're placed on this boat, surrounded by people you don't know, have never seen, maybe even some of them from rival tribes. And then you're taken across the ocean, and some of the people around you who are on that boat that maybe you started to bond with died on the trip. You get to America, and you hear these strange people with skin a little bit lighter, just a little, than yours, speaking a language you've never heard, talking to you as if you're nothing, but yet you are actually royalty in your land. It was a hard journey. So they get here. We're enslaved. And we're not allowed to know how to read or write. Because, as Frederick Douglass's master said, if you give them too much, they'll just take it to another level. That's my interpretation of what he said. And so he said, let's keep them in the dark. Don't let them read. Don't let them write. In fact, if you were caught holding any type of writing utensil, your hand would be cut off. But yet, we persisted. We wanted to learn. And we didn't have our country. There was nothing given to us to connect us there. So as James Baldwin says, I had to make sense of this place, this foreign land where I now am. What is this book right here? What are these symbols that form something that I always see the master and his children and his wife and his family reading it? That must be the key to understanding these people, this place. And so began the journey. Now, some people think that because when we came here, we didn't speak English or we couldn't read and we couldn't write. Well, let's say, what would happen if somebody took you from your mom and dad, took you across the ocean to some foreign country and plopped you in there and said, now survive, and on top of that, get me something to drink? How would you even be able to know what to do? Wasn't that we didn't have the intelligence or the intellect or the power within ourselves to learn? We were just in this foreign place. And no one was allowed to teach us how to interpret anything. So we had to get it for ourselves. And we did. Even if we lost our life, we did. They say Frederick Douglass used to take pieces of sticks and in the dirt would try to form them into the letters he would happen to see in his master's office if he happened to be in there one day. We were enchained physically, but our minds were still running free. You could strip us of the ornate cornrows that used to help us identify who we were in our tribe. You could take our clothes, but you couldn't take our mind. And so here we were in America, enslaved, forced into labor, horrible conditions, whipped, but still trying to learn. And one of the first things we did, because we saw the Bible often used by those who enslaved us, we began to internalize the Bible for ourselves. That same way we would learn in the land of Africa, where we were priests and priestesses and kings and tribal leaders, and that same power we had there, we put to work here to learn our journey here, to learn who these people were here, to learn how they think so we could know how to relate and survive here. Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. We had to steal our education. We had to steal it. We were sneaking in the shadows, trying to find that way to learn. And then, hallelujah, slavery ended and we all were free to just learn as we wanted. No. Can you imagine? Slavery ended with one of the most horrible wars. It was not like everyone like, oh yes, let's please, we must free the slaves together. Let's make this one happy effort and make sure they get all the education. This was a fight. People died. People lost their lives, all to keep the enslaved people enslaved. But it ended, thank God. And schools were created and allowed by the very people who wanted to keep us enslaved. Ooh, that's kind of scary. Could the school system be a plantation by another name? So schools were created. At first, it started out like this. We had these schools. They don't look like some of the schools that were existing at that time, as you can see. But we had Black teachers, and we were given books. Yes, lovely books that we used to not be allowed to read. But unfortunately, they were all outdated. And sometimes the pages were ripped out. And sometimes there was scribbling in it, so we couldn't really get the information we needed. And whole chapters would be missing. But we still persisted. And our Black teachers took whatever resources they could get their hands on and gave us the best they could, sometimes using whatever scrappy books we had, sometimes not. So That didn't work. Wow. We got them off the physical plantation. We created schools, and we're going to give them these poor resources and hopefully keep them in the dark. This is going to work. Oh, no, they're still learning. Dagnabbit, these people keep learning. What are we going to do now? And we'll look like we're supporting their desire for desegregation. Let's work with them. They want equal education. Yes, let's give them desegregation. And then they made our lives a living hell in those schools. They fought us. You had whole teachers refusing to teach black children who now had to be in their schools. You had people refusing to send their children to those schools, but still we persisted, and we were trying to develop a literacy in this foreign land that for over 400 years had been kept from us. And we weren't running to this literacy because we somehow hated ourselves. Because, you know, when I tell people I love the great books, I get a lot of mixed responses. A lot of them aren't too great. And somehow when I say it, well, who said those books are great? I said, you know, I'm not going to really get into that with you right now. They are the books that form the foundation of this country. And I don't know about you, but I'm tired. W.E.B. Du Bois, he has a whole essay on this very topic. I'm tired of living underneath the veil. He calls it when we don't expose ourselves and our children and our students to the literature that the slave master was reading, to the people who oppressed us, to the people who live in this land. If we don't all read that same literature, we remain under the veil. We remain lost. And so they did. They ran for that literature. Most African-American authors, philosophers, educators, activists, from the Black Panther to Obama, have great books on their reading list. Frederick Douglass said reading Cicero gave him the language he needed, because he was enslaved and illiterate, who taught himself to read. But reading Cicero gave him the literacy he needed to speak about abolition in a way that all men would accept. It connected him to everybody. I cannot change the past. I cannot fix what happened. I can only deal with right now. And so in my journey, in my own journey, my educational life was not, my mom says, I wish you had created the school back when you were in school, but that was not possible. So in my journey to find a school where my own children did not have to deal with some of the oppressive ways of traditional schooling in the schools that I grew up in, I began to really investigate more liberating educational philosophies. I found two. I know there's a lot. If anyone's listening, please, I know there's a lot of different ones, but the two I found, and the reason why I love them so much is because I call it the naked freedom given to every student. Like, without any blueprint of what you shouldn't know, no scope and sequence, just I'm accepting you as an equal human being. That is the kind of education I wanted for my kids, for myself, for other people's children. So I came up with two, the Sudbury model and liberal arts education. But I want to talk about, even though one is, they're written in that order, I want to talk about liberal arts education more. My first experience was here at St. John's, sitting there discussing literature I actually had not had the chance to really delve into before arriving here, and reading all of this literature. And I remember one day sitting there and feeling so at home. For once in my educational journey, where I am the only African American in the space, I felt equal. I mean, I felt equal in myself, but you know what I mean? Like feeling equal with the people, like they saw me as equal. We're all equal human beings. Just sharing our opinions about this piece of literature, it just tore down a lot of walls. And then I found that as a result of reading this literature, I began to understand newspaper articles, TV shows, just the stuff that was around me. And it's like a whole world of understanding opened up to me, but that would make sense, right? Like if you go to Spain because you want to become literate in Spanish, you want to read their literature, you want to talk to the people, to gain that understanding. Well, that is the same process an African American needs to go through here. And so when I look at people like the co-founder of the Black Panther, Huey P. Newton, who taught himself to read, reading Plato's Republic, but yet he became a Black Panther. Now, if that doesn't prove to you that reading great books makes you somehow not love your people, I don't know what else to tell you. If Martin Luther King's whole letter from a Birmingham jail is based on some of the writings of St. Thomas Aquinas. Now, does everybody know who Martin Luther King is? Anyone here not sure of who he is? Okay. Does he give you any sign that he doesn't like the color of his skin? Anybody here think he was not interested in being an activist for his people? Yet the man was proficient in the great books. Frederick Douglass, right? He loved slavery. He read the literature to prove that slavery was a good thing. I'm being sarcastic. All of these people, I could go on. James Baldwin, I could go on and on. Toni Morrison, one of her majors was classics. But yet, we consider her one of the spokespeople for the journey of the African American people. This is all evidence that there is something to this literature that is a part of our history here in America, that is relevant to our development here and growth here in America, and it has nothing to do with saying one race is better than the other or one book is greater than the other. The men just called it the great books. That's really the only reason I use it, because I want to make sure everybody knows what I'm talking about. And they help bring us together. It connects me with you. And then finally, the Sudbury model. I like it because where liberal arts works really well to free the mind, the Sudbury model, I feel, frees the whole being. I liked it more than the other free-thinking philosophies because, like I said, the naked freedom. It's like, there's a child. Take him as he is. His thoughts, his feelings, and work with that. I'm not coming with a blueprint or a lesson plan. Just see where this child takes you and run with that. One reason why I had to really look into two philosophies is because I initially wanted to bring just the Sudbury model. And I began to get a lot of pushback from the African American community. And I was frustrated about that. And my husband told me, I think I know why parents are struggling with this total free thing. He said, do you realize education was used as a weapon against us? We weren't allowed to learn how to read. We weren't allowed to learn how to write. That is a part of our history. Now you're trying to create a school where you say, oh, I'm not going to be teaching your child how to write and read. We're just going to freely let them learn. That right there to an African American is like, I can't even hear you talk right now. So to meet my people halfway, I turned to what I experienced at St. John's and the massive amount of learning that happened for me there. And I began to marry it into the school where we still have that beautiful, like I said, naked freedom. But for our reading and our class, the few classes we do offer, it's done all through Socratic dialogue, one-on-one interaction. And we always do a seminar once a week where we just discuss a piece of literature together in groups. And the kids write their essays based on their understanding of that. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh, let my people go. When I went to go see Harriet Tubman, anybody seen that, Harriet? I walked out of there on fire. I said, that's my calling. I am freeing the slaves from the plantation of traditional education. And I was excited. I wanted to take these young people who, because as an African American in this educational society, there's this constant pressure to be better than, to just go the extra mile just to be considered equal. So we study hard, we try to get the highest score in the SAT, we try to get the prestigious job, and no one ever asks us, well, who are you? What do you want to be? What are your gifts? What are your passions? That was never asked me when I was in school. And I want to take them here where we are collaborating, where their voice matters. We're in a country where our voice did not matter. In this classroom, in this school space, your voice matters. Who you are, who you were created to be, matters. And I love how when I was at St. John's, I experienced that. I felt like I mattered. My voice, my opinion mattered. I wasn't afraid if I didn't understand a text, because someone usually would ask a question about the same thing I was afraid to ask, and I would learn. And then when I got the boldness to say, I don't understand this, there was no scorn or condescension. There was an acceptance, because we all agreed, tutors and students alike, that we're all equal on the same journey of learning. That is the kind of the creative space I want to create for students in their learning journey, where everyone is equal. And I've named some who took classics, made it a part of their educational journey and a part of their activism. I have Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Phyllis Wheatley. Even though people don't consider her an activist, the first Black female poet published. And she loved the Greek myths, even though she was bought at a slave auction. So I hope you enjoyed my journey. I didn't have as much time as I'd love to have to just talk to you about that whole thing. But I hope you understand what we have gone through, what we have had to do, and that when we don't have more liberated educational philosophies for especially for every child, actually, but especially for African American children, we keep them on the plantation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prather, for that fitting end to this year's TEDx St. John's College.
As we approach the end of the event, we would like you to reflect on today's talks. Take a moment to form a second thought about the world and about yourself. We sincerely hope that our speakers were able to kickstart a lifelong dialogue of second, third, and fourth thoughts.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage our speakers, Justin Horn,
Jacob Garvey,
Sylvie McKnight Miles,
Roger Karstens,
Ian Headley,
Chris Liu,
Dr. Annika Prather,
Nancy Hilton, and finally, Hector Poveda, who I just saw running across. And here's, all right.
At this point, we would also like to thank all of our volunteers. They were instrumental in ensuring the smooth flow of events and helping you enjoy today's talks.
At this point, we would also like to encourage our volunteers to come on over to the stage in no particular order. Just come on in. And of course, none of this would be possible without the grand vision of our organizing team. Months of long email chains, edits and re-edits to speeches, and the late night work to set up the stage has culminated in this successful event.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our organizing team. Yunju Park, Head of Design. Shweta Agarwal, our student speaker manager. Avi Kumar, our marketing manager.
Ejay Tulu, our operations manager. Ray Osmani, co-curator and head of ticketing. And finally, the mastermind behind it all, Andrew Hill, co-curator.
Probably Ben. Oh. That's a wrap for TEDx St. John's College 2020. I have been Ejay Tulu, and it has been a pleasure hosting you this afternoon.
And this is Avi Kumar signing off. See you next year.
What?
Take a bow.
That's okay.